Chosen one, what if I told you that tomorrow at exactly 9:19 a.m. the invisible will touch the visible and nothing will look the same again? You weren't meant to stumble across this message. You were summoned because there is a moment, 9:19, that has already been marked in heaven's calendar, a divine appointment that could alter the course of your story. And only a few will hear the trumpet in the silence before the shaking begins. Have you been feeling it? That quiet pressure in the atmosphere, that weight on your chest that won't explain itself, that strange alertness in your spirit, as if something is watching, waiting for you to pay attention. This is that moment, and this is that message. Before we go further, drop a 777 in the comments if something in your soul is already stirring. And to those who have supported this space through super thanks or silent presence, from the depths of my heart, thank you. Your faith keeps this message moving like fire through the wilderness. But tonight, heaven is not just whispering, it's warning. Because tomorrow morning at 9:19 a.m., something is coming. And whether it crashes through your day like a thunderclap or tiptoes in like a shadow, you must be spiritually awake to survive it. What if the call that rings at 9:18 is the distraction sent to pull you out of alignment before the attack strikes at 9:19? What if the text message, the delay, the irritation or the compliment you weren't expecting is actually part of the setup? You see, heaven doesn't warn without reason. God doesn't speak to scare you. He speaks to spare you. Surely the sovereign Lord does nothing without revealing his plan to his servants, the prophets. Amos 3:7. And now that the message has reached your ears, you're no longer uninformed. You're responsible. So I need you to lean in. Because what's coming isn't just a coincidence. It's a confrontation. The enemy has already drawn the blueprint, but so has God. And between those two realms stands you. God's chosen one's urgent warning from God for tomorrow at 9:19 a.m. Chosen one, what if I told you that this message didn't come during a calm season for a reason, that it arrived targeted and divine in the middle of pressure because your spirit has been drafted into a war you can't yet see? There are no coincidences when it comes to timing in the kingdom. And tomorrow, at exactly 9:19 a.m., something invisible will brush up against the visible, and your alignment in that moment will determine whether you rise with clarity or crumble under confusion. Have you noticed how the atmosphere has been shifting lately? The odd heaviness, the strange stillness before a storm that hasn't yet arrived. Why have you been feeling so alert while everything around you appears normal? Why does your heart keep whispering that something's coming, even though you can't name it yet? Could it be that your spirit is already standing on the border of an invisible battlefield? This is no ordinary moment. 9:19 a.m. tomorrow is not just a time. It's a checkpoint in the spirit realm, a divine intersection where God's protection and the enemy's provocation will meet. And you, chosen one, are standing in between. Heaven is not whispering anymore. It's warning. And God, in his mercy, doesn't send a warning to frighten you, but to fortify you. As Amos 3:7 declares, surely the sovereign Lord does nothing without revealing his plan to his servants, the prophets. You are not here by accident. You've been summoned to hear this before it's too late. Do you remember the story of Esther? She didn't know the date when Haman's plot to destroy her people would be carried out, but Mordecai warned her. He told her that silence wasn't safety, it was spiritual negligence. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. That was her 9:19 moment. This is yours. In our world, distractions are the most dangerous weapons. What if the phone call at 9:18 a.m. tomorrow is a carefully timed diversion to shift your attention just seconds before a spiritual attack? What if a compliment, a minor inconvenience, or even a good morning message from someone you barely know is a Trojan horse in disguise? Will you be awake enough to see it? Angel Michael, one of heaven's fiercest warriors, has not been dispatched with a flaming sword this time, but with a revelation, not to terrify you, but to wake you. You are being watched, not just by darkness, but by light. And the eyes of heaven are waiting to see. Will you be ready? Pope Gregory I, known as Gregory the Great, once said, "He is not wise who does not fear the Lord in times of peace, for he shall tremble when the battle begins." That warning echoes now. For every Gregory, there is a Herod. Herod Antipas, driven by insecurity, used his power to execute John the Baptist, blinded by ego, deaf to prophecy, drunk on control. And what did he earn? A name etched in infamy, cursed by history as the man who silenced a divine voice. I once knew a woman named Selena, a trauma counselor in Detroit. She had a routine: early morning prayers, silence, journaling. But one day she ignored the tug in her chest and took a 9:15 call from a distressed client. By 9:19, her house had been broken into while she was distracted on the porch. Her spirit had tried to warn her, but she hadn't made space to listen. Another is Andre, a 47-year-old florist in Lisbon. A dream the night before told him not to open shop until later than usual, but he brushed it off as fatigue. By 9:19 the next morning, the delivery truck he always met at the corner was involved in a crash at the exact location he would have been standing. He now calls that time God's checkpoint. Have you ever noticed how deer pause, frozen, just seconds before lightning cracks, or how trees sway with tension right before a sudden windstorm hits? These living things don't have words, but they recognize frequencies. So, what about you? Chosen by God, filled with His Spirit. What makes you think the tremble in your chest tonight is random? And do you remember Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane? While the disciples slept, He stayed awake. He knew something was about to shift, and His agony was not fear. It was divine alertness. Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Matthew 26:41. You've been given this moment to do what they didn't. Stay awake. From the outside, tomorrow may look like just another weekday, but in the spirit it's a moment of confrontation. The enemy's blueprint has already been drawn. The arrow is already in the air, but God's counterstrike is mercy. He warns because He wants to protect what He's invested in you. The battlefield will not be visible. It will happen in the subtle. A tone in a text message, a delay in traffic, a strange silence in someone you trust. Mark this down. 9:19 a.m. is not the threat, it's the test. And how you respond will determine what doors open or close after it. Heaven sees what man cannot. And tonight is your final preparation window. This is your oil gathering hour. Just as the 5 wise virgins stayed ready with their lamps trimmed, Matthew 25, your readiness will separate you from the spiritually asleep. God is not playing games with your purpose. You are not being scared. You are being positioned. Now lean in. Don't brush this off. You are no longer innocent. You are informed. And when God sends Michael, He doesn't send him lightly. So stay grounded, stay guarded, and stay awake. Now, chosen one, as your spirit awakens and your feet inch closer to the unseen line of spiritual war, it's time to respond, not with fear, but with faith. If your heart recognizes this message as divine alignment, then type 777 in the comments below. Let it be a public declaration of an internal agreement. Lord, I hear you. I receive this message. I choose to walk in step with heaven. To every single soul who has stood beside this message, through prayer, presence, or even a single whispered Amen, thank you. Your faith is not forgotten. You are not walking alone. He will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Psalm 91:11. That verse is not wishful thinking. It's a dispatch order from heaven. The atmosphere around your life is already being charged with angelic assignment. And we are not done yet. Stay with me to the very end, because we will close with a prophetic prayer that may shift the energy around your home, your mind, and your future. Have you noticed it? That sensation when everything looks fine, but you feel like something is brewing beneath the surface? What if that pressure building in your spirit isn't anxiety or paranoia, but a spiritual signal? A frequency alert that only those connected to God can detect. Sometimes the most dangerous attacks arrive not with chaos, but with quiet. They don't announce themselves with sirens. Instead, they come disguised in routine, cloaked in normalcy. A small offense, a lingering fatigue, a perfectly timed distraction. Have you ever had a day that looked normal but felt off? Could it be that the enemy was already positioning pawns on a battlefield you couldn't see? In 2 Kings 6, the prophet Elisha's servant panicked when he saw an enemy army surrounding them. But Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." And suddenly the servant's vision expanded. He saw angelic armies, fiery chariots encircling the enemy. The threat hadn't disappeared. It had been outnumbered all along. What if the pressure you feel is not because you're surrounded by enemies, but because you're about to see heaven's response? One woman named Therese, a quiet bookshop owner in Nova Scotia, told me she once delayed closing her store by 20 minutes, unsure why. She felt a heaviness in her chest, a subtle pull to wait. When she finally stepped outside, emergency crews were taping off the road. An accident had just occurred at her usual walking route. She said later, "I didn't hear God speak. I just felt him hold me still." Or consider Leo, a 52-year-old chef in Naples. For weeks he felt increasingly irritable, disconnected from his spiritual rhythm. He assumed it was stress, but then his daughter had a dream, fire surrounding their home, but never touching the door. That night he prayed for the first time in months, anointed every window, and cancelled a trip he'd planned. The next morning, a gas leak was reported in the exact Airbnb he'd reserved. The fire never touched him, not because he predicted it, but because he aligned. What if discernment isn't about seeing the future, but being sensitive enough to respond when heaven taps your shoulder? Even in nature, there are signs before storms. Cows lie down in fields before thunderstorms arrive. Crickets fall silent just before seismic activity. These are not supernatural beings. They are creatures connected to invisible frequencies. So, what does it say when you, filled with the Spirit of God, ignore the tremble in your soul? Winston Churchill, Britain's wartime Prime Minister, once said, "To each, there comes in their lifetime a special moment when they are figuratively tapped on the shoulder and offered the chance to do a very special thing." But contrast that with Adolf Hitler, a man also tapped by history but led by hatred. His rise was not sudden, it was crafted. Each small compromise led to catastrophe. Each ignored warning became global consequence. That's the danger of silence. It can either be God's preparation or the enemy's setup, and without discernment, you won't know which until it's too late. Scripture doesn't tell us to be paranoid, but it does call us to be vigilant. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5:8. That word prowls implies something studied, measured, calculated. Not impulsive, not reckless. The enemy doesn't need to break your walls. He only needs you to stop guarding the gate. But here's the hope. The enemy is not the only one crafting a strategy. Heaven's playbook has already accounted for every arrow, every lie, every false detour. As with Gideon, whom God called while he was hiding in fear, you too are being called mighty warrior before the battle begins. Gideon didn't feel qualified, but the outcome didn't rely on his strength. It relied on his obedience. So here you are, chosen one, standing in the tension between peace and pressure. Do you feel it now? That tug in your chest, that pause in your routine, that thought you can't ignore? What if it's not anxiety, but divine alignment? This moment is not a scare tactic. It's an invitation to safety, not to hide, but to prepare, to anoint your space, to wake your household, to pray before 9:19 a.m. arrives. Because when that hour strikes, the shift begins. There's a kind of attack, chosen one, that doesn't scream, crash, or break in loudly. It creeps. It slips in through the cracks of routine. It doesn't shatter your life overnight. It shifts it 1 inch at a time. The enemy doesn't always aim to destroy you in one blow. Most of the time he waits, he watches, he studies your rhythm until he sees an opening, a moment of fatigue, a missed prayer, a decision made from emotion instead of discernment. Have you ever had a conversation that hurt more than it should have? A financial disruption that hit at the worst time? Or a relationship that suddenly felt distant with no explanation? What if those weren't random? What if they were precise? Could it be that you're not just having a bad week, but walking through a spiritual trap disguised as everyday life? The terrifying truth is, many people don't realize they're under attack. They say, "I'm just tired. It's just a season. Life is hard." And yes, sometimes it is. But when fatigue becomes chronic and spiritual numbness replaces passion, when God's voice gets quieter and distractions grow louder, it may not be just life. It may be strategy. The enemy doesn't need to make you evil. He only needs to make you spiritually disoriented. Because when you're numb, you don't pray. When you're overwhelmed, you isolate. When you're distracted, you delay obedience. And when you delay, the enemy doesn't have to destroy you. You'll start self-sabotaging. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Ephesians 6:11. That verse isn't about paranoia, it's about preparation, because his schemes don't come like thunder. They come like fog. I once met a pastor who looked invincible. On stage, he was steady, respected. But behind the curtain he was unraveling. He confessed that he used to think spiritual attacks were obvious, dramatic, visible. But the one that nearly broke him came slowly. It started with pressure, bills stacking up, short arguments with his wife, emotional exhaustion. Then came the whisper, "You're tired. Skip prayer tonight." That whisper grew into silence. One day, he realized he wasn't just skipping prayer. He had stopped believing it mattered. That's when his spirit collapsed. He didn't fall because of scandal. He fell because of spiritual starvation. What saved him wasn't a sermon. It wasn't willpower. It was a friend who looked him in the eye and said, "This is war. You can't fight it asleep." Is someone trying to wake you up right now? Is your spirit trembling at this very moment, trying to tell you what your mind is too distracted to perceive? You are not alone in this. Esther's story was the same. In the natural world, everything looked normal, but in the spiritual realm, a death sentence had been signed. Haman's plan to exterminate the Jewish people was underway, and the streets of Susa were quiet. But Mordecai discerned it. He recognized the silence as a setup, and Esther, though reluctant, stepped forward. She didn't just show up in the king's court. She fasted, she aligned, she prayed, and the very decree that was meant to destroy her people became the key to their deliverance. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. But that only applies when you see the weapon before it strikes. Peter, too, thought he was ready. "I will never deny you." And yet, under pressure, he did. 3 times, not out of hatred, but because he was unaware of the spiritual weight of the moment. So, if you think you are standing firm, be careful that you don't fall. 1 Corinthians 10:12. Have you been mistaking pressure for punishment, or ignoring warning signs because they're too subtle to scare you? Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "One's philosophy is not best expressed in words, it is expressed in the choices one makes." Her discernment birthed leadership in a time of crisis. But Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda architect of the Nazi regime, used his cunning to twist truth. He didn't kill with his hands, he killed with his influence. His consequence? Eternal infamy. You see, lack of discernment doesn't just hurt you, it endangers everyone your voice could have saved. There's a man named Reuben, a contractor in Johannesburg, who told me he almost lost everything, not from failure, but from neglect. A string of silent nights, prayers delayed, words unspoken. His wife's final cry wasn't angry, it was honest. "You left the room long before you left the house." That sentence woke him up. He rebuilt his altar. He realigned. Today, their home is filled with prayer again. And Janelle, a freelance designer from Chicago, began waking up at 3 a.m. with no clear reason. She ignored it until a still, small voice whispered, "Cover your business in prayer." Days later, she discovered her client was using her work in unethical ways. She was able to end the contract just in time. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Proverbs 27:12. Even nature warns before the blow. Cattle lie down before storms. Owls don't strike loudly, they glide silently, unseen until impact. And starfish, when wounded, can only heal in still water. If they drift into chaos, their recovery stops. What does that tell you, chosen one? That discernment isn't just about hearing God's voice. It's about recognizing His silence, His pauses, His gentle nudges. Awake, O sleeper, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you. Ephesians 5:14. So I'll ask plainly, are you drifting through decisions? Are you ignoring the tension in your chest, calling it stress when it might be spiritual resistance? Can you see the enemy's hand beneath the surface? Because the most dangerous attack doesn't scream. It whispers, "You're fine." But now you know better. Now you're awake. Right now, chosen one, Archangel Michael has been released, not only to guard you, but to warn you. His presence signals this truth. Heaven sees the attack forming before you do. You've not been abandoned, but you must not be asleep. This is not just about strength, it's about sensitivity. Do you remember Jesus in Gethsemane? The cross was near, betrayal already walking toward him. He turned to his closest friends and said, "Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." Matthew 26:41. They thought it was just another quiet night, so they slept and missed the moment. Could that be what's happening now? You're living in a still moment, but is it holy peace or the quiet before a shaking? Don't sleep through your Gethsemane, because what's coming isn't just a test of endurance, it's a test of awareness. You're not being targeted because you're weak. You're being targeted because you're significant. The enemy doesn't waste arrows. He calculates and waits. His aim? Those who carry something eternal. Jane Goodall, world-renowned primatologist and conservationist, once said, "The greatest danger to our future is apathy." Though she studied the wild, it was the stillness of human conscience that frightened her most. Her life has been a prophetic example, listening to the earth, responding to quiet signals before visible collapse. But for every Goodall, there is a Manson. Charles Manson didn't use fists, he used whispers. He preyed on the weak-willed. He seduced them not with fire, but with philosophy, and when they finally obeyed his voice, it was too late. What began as subtle suggestion ended in blood. So let me ask, what voices are whispering in your atmosphere right now? What if the voice you're dismissing as fatigue is actually discernment trying to wake you? Here's your hope. If God is for you, who can be against you? Romans 8:31. No strategy of darkness can prosper unless you hand over your gate. You must cover your morning in prayer. Speak life into your walls. Declare over your life, I will not be shaken. I will not be deceived. My help comes from the Lord. Psalm 121, verse 2. Now is not the time to shrug off warnings. Many mistake divine urgency for rebuke, but when God warns, it is mercy. It is an invitation to reposition. Heaven's voice doesn't shake you to scare you. It shakes you to shift you. Noah knew. The world around him was buzzing with noise and denial, but he built anyway. Every hammer strike was obedience. Every timber of the ark was a sermon no one listened to. By faith Noah, being warned of things not yet seen, moved with godly fear and built an ark. Hebrews 11:7. And the flood? It didn't come unannounced, it came unheeded. Could this be your Noah moment? I once heard from a woman named Alina, a violinist from Prague. She was preparing for a long tour when she woke one morning with a heavy feeling. Nothing dramatic, just a still whisper. Wait. So she postponed her trip. That night a major fire broke out in the hotel where she would have stayed. She told me through tears, God whispered. I didn't argue. I just obeyed. Another story. Marco, a bus driver in São Paulo. He kept dreaming of a shadow sitting in his living room, silent and still. He ignored it. The week after, his teenage son confessed he was battling suicidal thoughts. That shadow wasn't a demon. It was unspoken pain. He prayed for his home, anointed every door, and fasted for 3 days. Now his son leads prayer at school. The prudent sees danger and hides himself, but the simple go on and suffer for it. Proverbs 22:3. Discernment is not just power, it is protection. Did you know butterflies can detect changes in air pressure before storms, shifting migration paths days before clouds form? Or that elephants without maps flee coastlines before tsunamis, guided only by instinct? What then is your excuse as a vessel of the Spirit? Joseph, Jesus' earthly father, didn't receive a thunderbolt. He got a dream. Get up, take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt. Matthew 2:13. That dream saved Christ, not because it was loud, but because it was followed. So what if the whisper you're hearing now is your Egypt escape route? Here's what many miss. The miracle you asked for may not look like fireworks. It may look like a feeling you can't explain. The hand of God often moves like wind, not seen but sensed. Are you paying attention? Or has distraction dulled your ability to detect heaven's movements? A little yeast works through the whole batch of dough. Galatians 5:9. The enemy rarely rushes, he infiltrates. One unchecked thought, one normalized compromise, one routine that drifts you from prayer. That's how spiritual numbness grows. Not with fire, but with fatigue. But you are not powerless. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. But you must identify the weapon before it roots, because what is tolerated in stillness will rise in storms. You are being warned not because you're failing, but because you're still worth saving. You are not behind, you are being realigned. And now that you know, there are no excuses left. You've seen this before, haven't you? In scripture, in history, in people you've loved. Not all destruction comes from a dramatic fall. Some begins with a whisper, a slow erosion, a door left cracked open just long enough for the enemy to step through. Take Samson. He wasn't weak. He was called, chosen. consecrated from birth, a man set apart to carry God's power like no other. He tore down lions, he led armies, he was feared by the enemies of Israel. But what destroyed him wasn't a sword, it was seduction. It wasn't a battle, it was a boundary. And the moment he treated that boundary like a game, his fall began. Have you ever noticed that Delilah didn't take his strength in a single moment? She wore him down, word by word, stroke by stroke, day by day. How many times have you allowed something to remain in your life? Not because it's harmless, but because it's familiar? The Bible tells us in Judges 16:20, "But he did not know that the Lord had left him." Let that sink in. A man once filled with supernatural might, so dulled by compromise that he didn't even feel the Spirit depart. Could that be what the enemy is doing now? Not robbing you in a day, but numbing you slowly so that you no longer notice the difference between obedience and apathy. And isn't that how it usually starts? You justify a sharp tongue because you're exhausted. You let the grudge settle because forgiveness feels too vulnerable. You downplay the lie to keep peace. But little by little, the compromise becomes your new compass. And one day, the enemy no longer needs to sneak in. He just walks through the front door because you opened it. Jesus warned us of this exact pattern. In Luke 21:34, he said, "Be careful, or your hearts will be weighed down with carousing, drunkenness, and the anxieties of life, and that day will close on you suddenly like a trap." Did you catch that? The danger isn't just sin, it's distraction, the slow burn, the numbing noise of survival that keeps you so busy managing the temporary, you forget the eternal. I once read about a woman in Austin named Danica. She worked 3 jobs, raised 2 kids, and was known for her strength. But in her silence, she was unraveling. What began as, "I'm just too tired to pray tonight," became 2 years without intimacy with God. She didn't walk away intentionally, she simply drifted. Her breakthrough came the night her youngest asked, "Do you still believe in God?" That single question broke her. She fell to the floor and wept, not out of guilt, but because she finally felt again. And there's Eduardo, a bakery owner in Madrid. He once ignored a small leak in the back room, just a drip, nothing urgent. That drip turned into dampness, the dampness bred mold, and one day the entire ceiling caved in, not because of a storm, but because of a slow, silent rot. And Eduardo told a pastor afterward, "I ignored the water because it didn't scare me, but what I ignored ended up destroying the whole room." What if that's how the enemy is approaching your life? Not with a hurricane, but a drip. Just enough discouragement to make you skip your morning worship. Just enough confusion to avoid church. Just enough bitterness to isolate you from the people who pray for you. Just enough delay to whisper, "God has forgotten you." Isn't that exactly how spiritual emptiness begins? Mother Teresa, a global icon of compassion and clarity, once said, "Be faithful in small things, because it is in them that your strength lies." But now, compare her life to Jim Jones, the infamous cult leader who began his journey preaching justice, only to end it with mass murder. His downfall wasn't sudden. It began with unchecked pride, with slowly manipulated truth, with small spiritual compromises masked as deeper revelation. In the end, he didn't just fall, he pulled others with him. So let me ask you plainly, what are you tolerating right now because it's small? What habits are forming because you've grown numb? Have you started to normalize what once convicted you? Don't let a slow leak rot your altar. Don't let delay write your theology. Don't let discouragement redefine your destiny, because the enemy doesn't always come to crush you. Sometimes he comes to wear you down. A little yeast works through the whole batch of dough. Galatians 5:9. Just a little compromise, just a little bitterness, just a little forgetfulness, until suddenly you wake up and wonder when your fire went cold. But here's the good news. If you can feel it slipping, you can still grab it back. the same God who warned Samson, who whispered to Jesus' disciples, who gave Noah time and Joseph a dream. He's warning you now, not to shame you, but to save you. The enemy doesn't fear who you are in public, he fears who you are in private. And if you reclaim the private place, the prayer life, the conviction, the quiet yes, he won't stand a chance, because your ceiling doesn't have to collapse. You can fix the drip today. The enemy doesn't always shout. Sometimes he whispers through exhaustion. This is why today matters. Not because a massive storm is brewing in the distance, but because the clouds have already gathered above your soul, and heaven is trying to reach you before the first drop falls. You, God's chosen one, are not being warned out of fear. You're being awakened by love. Can you feel the atmosphere around you tightening? Have the thoughts grown heavier, the nights quieter, the motivation harder to summon? That's not always life being hard. Sometimes it's spiritual warfare being subtle. The enemy's goal is rarely your possessions. He's after something more permanent, your perspective. Because once your lens is distorted, once you begin to misinterpret silence as abandonment and stillness as failure, you become your own captor. He doesn't need to bind you with chains if he can weigh you down with doubt, spiritual fatigue, and isolation. In John 10:10, Jesus said, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. But what does he steal first? Your clarity. What does he kill silently? Your hope. What does he destroy without announcing it? Your confidence in yourself, in your calling, and in your God." How often do we miss it because we're looking for dramatic signs instead of internal shifts? There's a battlefield the eyes cannot see, one not made of swords or sirens, but of emotions, lingering lies, and invisible pressure. What do you do when you're surrounded by people, yet feel completely unseen? What happens when your own thoughts become the loudest accuser? I once met a man named Patrick who owned a thriving repair shop in Chicago. His hands were steady, his smile confident, but behind closed doors he was unraveling. After his mother passed, he didn't allow himself to grieve. He told himself, "I have work to do. I have to be strong." But strength without release becomes a cage. Eventually his faith faded into habit, and his heart turned cold. The day he admitted he hadn't prayed in 8 months, he didn't cry because he was ashamed. He cried because he didn't even know how to start again. That's what exhaustion does. It doesn't just drain you, it convinces you that restoration is out of reach. But we've seen this tactic before. Elijah, one of the mightiest prophets in the Bible, called down fire from heaven on Mount Carmel. A monumental victory. Yet just days later, in 1 Kings 19:4, he sat beneath a tree and said, "I have had enough, Lord. Take my life." How does a man go from fire to fear, from miracle to meltdown? Because the enemy knows to strike after your breakthrough, when the adrenaline crashes, when you're tired, when no one's cheering anymore. Does that sound familiar? Have you felt the weariness creep in after a win? Have you questioned your worth not because of failure, but because success didn't fill the void you expected? God's response to Elijah wasn't anger. He didn't command, "Man up." He sent an angel with food and water. And when Elijah rested, God met him, not in the fire, not in the earthquake, not in the wind, but in a gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:12. Because restoration doesn't always roar. Sometimes it breathes gently in the quiet corners of your collapse. One young woman, Lorraine from Manila, told me her story over coffee. For 6 months she felt nothing during worship. She showed up, served, smiled, but her heart was numb. Until one morning someone gently placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered, "I felt the Holy Spirit tell me to remind you, He misses your voice." That one sentence broke the dam. She collapsed into tears, not out of guilt but out of remembrance. God never left. She had just stopped listening. And still, even today, the enemy uses emotional isolation as his trap. Not physical loneliness, but the kind that tells you, no one really understands you, and maybe even God doesn't care anymore. Have you heard that whisper lately? Have you felt that subtle pull to retreat, not out of rest, but out of resignation? A landslide doesn't begin with a roar. It starts with one loosened stone, slowly shifting beneath the surface. A dam doesn't burst all at once. It cracks quietly from pressure ignored too long. In the same way, one silent lie. I'm too broken to be used. One quiet delay. I'll fix it when life calms down. One hidden vow. This is just who I am now. Can erode the foundation of your spirit. Not because heaven went silent, but because you stopped listening to the quiet creaks before the collapse. The Antarctic sun offers another image. During the long polar night, it disappears for months. And while life above seems still, below the surface, ice shifts and cracks form in silence. When the light returns, entire glaciers collapse. Not because of sudden storms, but because of prolonged darkness. That's what happens to the soul when we drift without warmth, when we let spiritual disconnection harden us over time. And suddenly, the crash comes, not from an outside blow, but from the silence we didn't address. Steve Jobs, visionary founder of Apple, once said, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life." But what happens when we aren't living anyone's life, not even our own, because we're just surviving emotionally? Now, contrast that with the downfall of Jeffrey Epstein, whose private darkness eventually unraveled every illusion of control. The difference between visionary and manipulator is the direction of solitude. One uses silence to listen to God, the other uses it to hide from truth. So here's what matters now. Will you respond before the collapse? Will you speak before silence becomes your sanctuary of shame? Will you pause and ask, what part of me is growing numb that used to feel God? Will you allow yourself to feel again, not just the pain, but the presence, not just the exhaustion, but the whisper? This moment is not punishment, it's preservation. This warning is not paranoia, it's prophecy. The enemy works in whispers, but so does God. And right now, chosen one, you still have time to listen to the right voice. Jesus didn't die so you could just survive. He didn't carry the cross so you could live half awake, praying without expectation, and smiling through spiritual exhaustion. I have come that they may have life, and have it to the full. John 10:10b. But how can you live life to the full if you're constantly pouring from an empty soul? When was the last time you slowed down long enough to refill? Have you mistaken movement for alignment? Are you praying out of routine or out of relationship? These aren't accusations. These are spiritual questions, sent as a rescue rope before the weight gets heavier. This isn't just about feeling tired. This is about what tiredness covers. Because weariness doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers, "You're running out of oil." David, a choir leader in Boston, spent years performing worship instead of living it. It wasn't until he dropped his guitar and broke down in front of his team that something sacred happened. He said, "I haven't heard God in months, but I've been pretending I do." That day, the pretending stopped. The healing began. Not with more doing, but with honesty. When was the last time you admitted where you actually were? Michaela, a trauma nurse in Spain, once said, "I thought my competence could replace intimacy with God." But when the pandemic arrived, she found herself needing more than credentials. She needed peace under pressure. She needed oil in the lamp, the kind only built in advance. Are you living on yesterday's strength, depending on borrowed prayers, hoping your old breakthroughs will carry today's storm? Jesus told the story of 10 virgins waiting for the bridegroom, Matthew 25. All were invited, all had lamps, but only 5 brought extra oil. The others assumed they had enough. When the midnight cry rang out, they begged. But it was too late. The door was closing, and Jesus ended with these words, Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour. Matthew 25:13. You can't borrow oil in a midnight hour. You can't manufacture intimacy with God in a crisis. You can't download faith when the door is already closing. What does your lamp look like right now? Instead of using a strong tree as metaphor, let's talk about barley, a fragile seed often underestimated. But when buried deep and tested by cold, it doesn't die, it roots. And those hidden roots, forged in discomfort, produce the kind of harvest that feeds nations. The same is true for snakes during molting season. They don't grow by force. They grow by shedding. But the shedding hurts. It blinds them temporarily, and they must hide away or die mid-process. Growth requires surrender. Preparation requires solitude. And that's what oil is, your hidden readiness for battles that haven't even been scheduled. Rapper and Christian artist Lecrae once admitted in an interview that after fame, awards, and millions of streams, he felt spiritually empty. He said, "I was doing God's work, but forgot to sit with God. I had a full schedule and an empty soul." It took a season of stepping back, deleting social media, pausing shows, going to therapy, for him to feel his soul come alive again. On the flip side, look at Sam Bankman-Fried, the founder of FTX. Brilliant, influential, but beneath the surface there was no oil, no moral compass, no internal foundation. And when the collapse came, it didn't just shake his world, it shook millions, because charisma without preparation becomes a time bomb. And when the midnight hour strikes, exposure is inevitable. How many people today are admired in public but crumbling in private? How many lights look bright until the oil runs out? How many of us wait for a sign while missing the warning? Jesus wasn't telling a bedtime story in Matthew 25. He was delivering a prophetic blueprint. If you want to endure, prepare. If you want to walk through midnight, carry extra oil. So how do you prepare? You return to the secret place, not to perform, but to be filled. You say, "God, I don't want to run out. I don't want to fake it. Fill me again, remind me again, strengthen me again." This isn't about being afraid. It's about being ready. Not because you know what's coming, but because you trust the one who does. If today feels like an interruption, it is. But it's a sacred one, not a rebuke, but a rescue. A whisper from heaven saying, "You are not forgotten. You are not too late, but you must carry oil." When that hour arrives, chosen one, not even the prayers of others can substitute what only personal obedience can secure. In Matthew 25, Jesus tells the parable of the 10 virgins. 5 wise, 5 foolish. All were invited, all had lamps, but only 5 had oil. And when the bridegroom came, the unprepared cried out, "Give us your oil." But the wise replied, "There may not be enough for both us and you." Why? Because divine readiness cannot be borrowed. It must be built. Have you ever paused and asked, if your defining moment came tomorrow, would you have oil in your lamp? Or would you be running on yesterday's faith, second-hand wisdom, and distant prayers? I once heard the story of a trauma nurse named Corinne, a single mother from Detroit. She wasn't just trained in medicine, she was trained in warfare of the spirit. One night, a young boy was rushed in, limp, lifeless. She followed every protocol, every medical instruction. Nothing worked. But when human methods failed, her spirit remembered what it had rehearsed. She collapsed against the hallway wall and whispered not some rehearsed prayer, but a groaning plea from her soul. "Jesus," she told me later. "That moment wasn't when I learned how to cry out. It was just when it got loud enough to hear. I'd been practicing that cry in silence for years." The child survived, but Corinne was changed forever. Could it be that your strength tomorrow depends not on your visibility, but on your private training today? Scripture says in Jeremiah 12:5, "If you have raced with men on foot, and they have worn you out, how can you compete with horses?" That question still echoes. If you crumble during minor resistance, what will happen when the stakes multiply? If you wait to prepare until after the opportunity comes, will you even recognize it? David didn't become a warrior the day he stood before Goliath. He became a warrior in obscurity, killing lions and bears alone in the wilderness. Obedience was his training ground. Do you see your quiet seasons the same way, or do you resent the wait? Cory Booker, U.S. Senator and author, once said, "Before you tell me what you're going to build, tell me what you've built when no one was watching." That quote stayed with me, because spiritual greatness is not forged in applause. It's refined in silence. But on the other side of silence, there is always a storm. Not everyone prepares. Take Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as the next Steve Jobs for her tech startup Theranos. The world praised her vision, charisma, and ambition, but beneath the image was a foundation built on secrecy, pressure, and deceit. When scrutiny came, so did the collapse. Federal charges, prison time, and public disgrace. The same spotlight that once elevated her became the torch that exposed every crack. What does your inner foundation look like when the spotlight hits? Will it stand? I once knew a man named Jalen, a delivery driver who fasted every Wednesday, not for health, but for discipline. He said, "If I can say no to food, I can say no to lust. If I can quiet my body, I can hear God louder." Months later, his boss offered him a bribe to look the other way during a shady delivery scheme. Jalen didn't hesitate. He said no, even though it meant losing his job. 2 weeks later, that company was under federal investigation. Jalen's integrity not only saved his conscience, it saved his record. Are you practicing your no in private so you can stand firm in public? Nature carries this message in its design. The glacier carves valleys not in days, but over centuries. Slow, silent, and unstoppable. Underground rivers shape entire landscapes before they're ever seen on the surface. Meanwhile, morning frost dazzles in the light for a moment but melts by noon. Which one reflects the way you're being formed? Quick to appear or destined to endure? Spiritual readiness is not flashy. It's hidden. Jesus said in Matthew 7:24, "Therefore everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock." Not hears and agrees. Not hears and saves for later. Hears and obeys. Now quiet obedience is louder in heaven than loud declarations. But pride is quiet too. The enemy rarely shouts. He whispers, "You're strong enough. You're consistent enough. You can handle this one on your own." Just like he whispered to David. It wasn't a battlefield that broke David. It was a balcony. One quiet night, one lingering look, one passive decision to not go to war with his army. That's all it took. What followed was a domino of adultery, murder, grief, and lifelong consequences. 1 Corinthians 10:12 warns, "If you think you are standing firm, be careful that you don't fall." What if the next battle isn't with your enemies, but with your ego? Chosen one, tomorrow may feel like any other day, but heaven may have marked it. A call might come, an offer might land, a pause might press against your routine, and it won't come with thunder or flashing lights. It might come as a delay, an interruption, a conversation that rubs against your peace. And how you respond will not be determined by what you wish, but by what you've built. So what are you building? When no one sees you, what do you reach for? Whose voice do you answer to? The 5 wise virgins didn't get oil overnight. They gathered in advance, quietly, faithfully. Their preparation was not a reaction, it was a rhythm. And when the hour came, they were ready. You don't need to feel inspired to begin. You just need to begin. Open the Word, even if it feels dry. Pray, even if your words stutter. Worship, even if your heart aches, because obedience, not emotion, fills your lamp. And when the hour strikes, when your 9:19 moment arrives, you will not be found scrambling. You will be found standing. You see, chosen one, when that hour comes, and it will come like breath on glass, sudden and invisible, no one else's anointing can rescue you. You will not be able to borrow someone else's oil. You will need your own. Not just inspiration, but preparation. Not just belief, but intimacy. Have you cultivated that private reservoir? Have you rehearsed obedience in the quiet so it can carry you through the chaos? I remember the story of a trauma nurse named Claire, a seasoned professional with years in emergency care. She told me something that shook me. It wasn't the training or the protocols that anchored her in the worst moments. It was prayer. Not polished, poetic prayer, but guttural, trembling, unfiltered prayer. One night, a child arrived unresponsive. Every medical procedure was followed to the letter. Still, no pulse. Claire stepped out into the hallway, slid to the floor, and cried out, "Jesus, I need you now." And in that unseen cry, a cry she had practiced in her private time, something shifted. The child lived. But more than survival, it was Claire's own soul that had been kept alive all those years, because she had never let the silence become separation. Jesus said in Luke 12:40, "You also must be ready, because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect him." The same applies to your calling. When heaven opens a moment before you, it won't ask if you feel qualified. It will expect that you've already been faithful in the shadows. Because calling doesn't wait for your convenience. It answers to divine timing. There was a woman named Thamara who felt a persistent nudge from God to forgive a former business partner who had betrayed her deeply. It wasn't loud, just a whisper, easy to ignore. She postponed. Days became weeks. But the voice remained. One morning, out of nowhere, she received a letter accusing her of fraud from that same partner. If she hadn't already done the inner work of release, that accusation would have broken her. But because she obeyed God in secret, she was protected in public. That's what hidden obedience does. It builds invisible armor. What has God asked you to release before it rises up and ruins you? And in contrast, consider Bernard Madoff, the infamous financier whose empire was built on lies. For years, the outside looked strong: confidence, wealth, prestige. But beneath the surface, there was rot. When the collapse came, it was not slow. It was sudden. The consequences destroyed families, legacies, and lives. Why? Because he ignored the quiet warnings. He traded the discipline of integrity for the addiction of applause. That is the cost of unchecked compromise. It doesn't just break you, it breaks everyone tied to you. So what are you building, chosen one? Truth or illusion? Foundation or fantasy? David, son of Jesse, didn't become a warrior the day he stood before Goliath. He became one in the lonely fields, fighting off lions and bears while no one watched. His courage was born in quiet obedience. Jeremiah 12:5 asks, "If you've raced with men on foot and they have worn you out, how can you compete with horses?" In modern words, if you're not faithful in the calm, how will you survive the storm? If you can't hold truth in the tension of minor trials, how will you endure when destiny knocks wrapped in fire? Think of a sycamore tree. Its roots stretch deep long before its branches stretch wide. The wind may test the trunk, but what holds it is what no one sees. Have you planted deep enough? Are your roots in God's voice or people's approval? One man I met, an Uber driver named Lucas, lived years floating between churches, saying he was spiritual but not religious. But after losing his wife to cancer, something awakened. Grief didn't destroy him, it redirected him. He began fasting quietly, reading scripture again, serving without being seen. Months later, a passenger entered his car and broke down mid-ride. That moment became a divine appointment. Lucas led him to Christ right there, not because he was trained, but because he was prepared. Heaven meets you where preparation collides with opportunity. Even the earth preaches this message. The owl doesn't hoot loudly at noon. It waits for night. The eagle doesn't flap wildly. It waits for the right wind. God's timing doesn't come with flashing lights. It comes with soft choices. A moment, a text, a delay that tests your patience, an offer that tests your humility. Will you be ready when it doesn't look urgent but carries eternal weight? Many think they're standing because they're not falling, but standing in pride is more dangerous than walking in humility. 1 Corinthians 10:12 warns, "So if you think you are standing firm, be careful that you don't fall." David fell not in battle but in boredom. One glance at Bathsheba became a landslide of sin, adultery, murder, deception. Why? Because when kings go to war, David stayed home. The crack wasn't evil, it was comfort. The enemy doesn't always come with horns. Sometimes he arrives through your own weariness. And still, God redeemed David. Psalm 51 is proof. But though the sin was forgiven, the consequences never left his house. So what will your private decisions build, legacy or ruin? Beloved, even in the warning, there is tenderness. You are not being scolded, you are being summoned. Jeremiah 31:3 says, "I have loved you with an everlasting love, therefore I have drawn you with loving kindness." That word, drawn, means gently pulled, not forcefully dragged. God is not yelling from the throne in anger. He's whispering from the road with tears in his eyes, still hoping you'll turn toward home. One night, a young man named Damien, once a secular musician chasing approval, told me he finally prayed for real in a motel bathroom, drunk and exhausted. "God, if you still want me, I'm tired of pretending." He didn't hear angels, but peace wrapped him like a blanket. He knew someone had waited for him through every detour. That's what divine love does. It doesn't stalk, it stands. It waits with arms open and warning lights flashing. Like the prodigal son, you may feel too far gone, but Luke 15:20 reminds us, while he was still a long way off, his father saw him. The father didn't send a servant, he ran. God is not waiting for you to be perfect. He's waiting for you to return. So let me leave you with this question. What if tomorrow looks ordinary but holds a divine test? Will you meet it with armor forged in the secret place, or with empty hands and regret? This warning isn't fear, it's favor. A call to readiness. A call to presence. Not just spiritual hustle, but sacred intimacy. You are not forgotten. You are not unqualified. You are chosen. And this message, this very one, is heaven's gentle tug saying, "I still want you." You already know something is shifting. You can feel the tension in the unseen, the kind that doesn't announce itself with alarms, but hums beneath the surface of your daily routine. Tomorrow, at exactly 9:19 a.m., you may not hear thunder. You may not feel anything unusual. But what if that's the danger? What if the moment that changes everything looks like a normal hour in a normal day, and you miss it simply because you weren't spiritually dressed? What will you do when the phone rings and the news doesn't give you time to prepare? What happens when a split-second decision becomes a spiritual intersection? Will you have the oil already in your lamp? Or will you be caught trying to borrow faith in a moment designed to reveal your preparation? The Bible speaks of 5 wise virgins who kept their lamps filled with oil, and 5 foolish ones who waited too long. Matthew 25:1-13. When the bridegroom arrived, it was too late for the unprepared. That wasn't a parable about fear. It was a lesson about foresight. Are you cultivating oil now or counting on grace later? I once heard about Mariel Soto, a seasoned trauma nurse from Guatemala City. She didn't just know how to save lives. She was known for whispering prayers over her patients when machines failed. One night, a 6-year-old girl coded. Protocol wasn't working. Marielle stepped into the hallway, gripped the wall, and called out to God, not eloquently, but like someone whose soul had practiced this cry 100 times in secret. The child survived. Marielle later said, "I didn't find God in the hallway. I brought him there with me." Are you practicing your cry now, or hoping your voice will find volume during the chaos? Spiritual readiness doesn't just make you strong in crisis, it makes you available for purpose. But there's a lie the enemy loves to whisper: you'll get serious later. He said it to a man named Royce Talden, a once celebrated tech entrepreneur who built an empire with charm and ego. He postponed repentance for a lifestyle of quick power plays and silent betrayals. He ignored conviction, thinking he'd circle back to God in his 50s. But a scandal involving stolen user data, exposed affairs and lawsuits came crashing in when he was 42. His empire evaporated in 19 days. His fall wasn't due to a lack of talent, it was the cost of spiritual delay. By contrast, look at Corrie ten Boom, a watchmaker who became a courageous protector of Jews during the Holocaust. She once said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." Her spiritual discipline in hidden places allowed her to stand firm when surrounded by death. Do you want to be like Corrie or Royce? The oak tree doesn't grow its roots during the storm, it deepens them long before. The mountain goat trains for altitude in the hidden crags, not the peaks. The lion learns patience in the tall grass before ever taking down prey. What are you training for in secret? When David stood before Goliath, he wasn't improvising. He'd already battled lions and bears in obscurity, 1 Samuel 17:34-37. But his greatest failure didn't come on the battlefield. It came on a quiet evening when he should have been at war but chose ease. One glance at Bathsheba, one moment of passivity, and everything unraveled. Adultery, deception, murder. And it all began with inattention. Isn't that how it often starts? One innocent-looking compromise that grows roots in the dark? Have you ever had a moment like that? A small decision, a text left unanswered, a temptation entertained, a delay in obedience that spiraled into something heavier than you expected. What if tomorrow is one of those moments? There's a woman named Nadia who used to work retail. One ordinary Wednesday, she was tempted to steal just a small amount from the till. Just once, she told herself. No one would know. But a child behind her asked for help, finding a Bible in the store. And something about the innocence of that question snapped her out of it. She went home and cried for 2 hours. That moment changed her life, not because of what she did, but because of what she almost did. Sometimes your test isn't about what you carry out, it's about what you resist. The enemy is cunning. He doesn't just strike in your weakest moment, he often strikes when you think you're at your strongest. He tempted Eve not in hunger, but with the promise of wisdom. He struck Peter not when he was doubting, but when he thought he would never deny Jesus. And he may tempt you not when you're broken, but when you're thriving. Are you watching your heart in moments of strength? Remember 1 Corinthians 10:12. So if you think you are standing firm, be careful that you don't fall. Complacency is not safety, it's vulnerability wearing confidence. Jesus warned us in Matthew 7:24 that the wise build their houses on rock, not after the storm hits, but before. Building on rock means making decisions that won't go viral, choosing integrity when no one sees, praying not out of panic, but proximity, surrendering not for show, but for strength. So tomorrow at 9:19 a.m., it may look like nothing special, a morning like any other, but that may be the very disguise heaven has chosen to deliver your test or your breakthrough. Will you be prepared? You've prayed before, chosen one, But have you trained your soul to recognize the hour when prayer must become your posture, not just your last resort? Because when that moment comes, and it will come, no one else's anointing can substitute for your obedience. No one else's oil can fill your lamp. It must be yours. The moment won't wait for your spiritual delay. Will you be full or found empty? There's a story in 2 Chronicles 26 that echoes this truth. Uzziah was a king who started well. He sought God, won battles, and built kingdoms. But when pride entered, so did his downfall. He entered the temple and tried to burn incense, something only priests were allowed to do. His success made him think he was above instruction. God struck him with leprosy that day, and he lived isolated until his death. What if your greatest danger isn't failure, but success without submission? Will you still seek God when things feel secure? Or will you become like Uzziah, so familiar with favor that you forget reverence? I once heard the story of Viola Sanchez, a retired firefighter from New Mexico. For over 2 decades, she saved lives from burning buildings. But she says the most intense moment of her career came when she found herself trapped in a stairwell, smoke rising, her radio dead. In that moment, her training failed, her lungs failed, but her prayer life didn't. I had spoken to God so much in quiet that when death looked me in the face, I didn't scream. I surrendered into His presence. A maintenance worker pulled her out in time, but it wasn't his hand, she remembers. It was God's presence in the smoke. In Luke 22, Jesus faced the Garden of Gethsemane, not with soldiers or sermons, but with sweat like drops of blood and a surrendered will. He didn't prepare in crisis. He prepared before it. Can you feel the weight of that? Are you waiting for a battle to train? Or will you prepare now while it's still quiet? You've probably never heard of Maura Lynn, a bakery clerk from Oregon. She had dreams of being a counselor, but stayed to help her ailing grandmother. One Friday morning, she offered a word of comfort to a customer who looked upset. That man, a local school principal on the verge of resigning after a tragic student incident. Her words stopped him. They talked. Within weeks, she was invited to speak to his school board. A year later, she was granted a full scholarship in mental health counseling. What if your ordinary kindness carries divine weight? Would you still be faithful if no one clapped? Even trees know this. The strongest ones grow in windswept regions. The roots reach deep, not in comfort, but in resistance. Why do you think God allows the winds to blow just before your breakthrough? Could He be anchoring you? Camels, when thirsty, don't sip. They drink over 30 gallons at once, storing it for journeys across deserts. What are you storing in this season? Complaints or courage? Bitterness or oil? Author and filmmaker Ava DuVernay once said, "You can wait for the green light, or you can make your own light." But even she admits, in her early years, she ignored repeated signs to rest, reflect, and reset. "I burned out at 33, she shared in an interview, "not because I failed, but because I ignored divine pauses." Contrast that with Harvey Weinstein, a film mogul who ruled an empire yet refused accountability. While Ava slowed down to listen, Harvey sped past every warning. His downfall, not sudden. It was years of unchecked pride, silenced voices, and twisted power, and it all came crashing down. Your calling can elevate you or expose you. Which one will it be? God's warning doesn't always sound like thunder. Sometimes it's a whisper during your commute, a strange dream that won't leave, a conversation that stings too precisely. Have you dismissed what heaven marked? David was anointed, chosen, and deeply loved by God. Yet in 2 Samuel 11, the danger didn't come from a sword, it came from stillness. When kings went off to war, David stayed behind. One idle evening, one lingering glance at Bathsheba. That moment led to deception, adultery, murder, and loss. Not because he was wicked, but because he was weary, distracted and alone. Could that be you? Here's a hard question. What if the test doesn't arrive as suffering, but as seduction? What if the trap isn't pain, but ease? Can you tell the difference between peace and passivity? I'll never forget hearing about Elijah Mirov, a violinist from Prague. He played in subway tunnels for years. One rainy evening, he skipped his usual station and went to another. A woman dropped a note, in his case, not money. It read, "That song saved me. I was going to end it tonight." Elijah had no idea, but God did. Obedience isn't about spotlight, it's about alignment. Are you ready for divine interruptions? Jesus said it plainly in Matthew 7:24. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. He didn't say to wait until the sky darkens. He said to build now, before the storm. And in 1 Corinthians 10:12, so if you think you're standing firm, be careful that you don't fall. That warning isn't for the rebellious, it's for the confident, because pride doesn't always shout. Sometimes it smiles and says, "You've got this. You don't need to pray about this one." And that's why this moment matters. Tomorrow might look like any other day, but a message, a silence, a delay, a disappointment, these may be invitations wrapped in disguise. Will you choose compromise or conviction? Will you respond in spirit or ego? Because when the clock strikes 9:19 a.m., heaven won't ask if you were talented. It will ask if you were ready. Chosen one, if your spirit has been stirred, then you know this word was not entertainment. It was alignment. This wasn't just another video playing in the background of your life. This was God breaking into your routine with a prophetic interruption. The time, 9:19 a.m. tomorrow, wasn't symbolic. It was scheduled, appointed, ordained. And if heaven is giving you a warning, it's because hell is preparing a trap. But you are not walking into it blindly anymore. Now you know. Now you've been warned. Now you've been equipped. But what will you do with it? Will you dismiss this as coincidence, or will you treat it as divine intelligence? Will you delay your obedience, or will you prepare now in secret for a public unveiling? Don't forget what Proverbs 27:12 says. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and suffer for it. You are not one of the simple. You are a chosen one. And chosen ones move differently, not with fear, but with foresight. You're not being told to panic. You're being invited to position yourself. Pray before that moment arrives. Fast if you're led to. Disconnect from distractions that numb your discernment. And listen, truly listen, for the whisper of God in the hours leading up to 9:19. That time may mark a turn in your life, a decision point, or even a release. Don't miss your moment because you were busy doubting it. If this word resonated with you, if something deep within you confirmed it, drop a 777 in the comments right now, not just to agree, but to align. Like this message. Share it with someone who might need the warning too. Subscribe so you don't miss what God is saying next, because this is not the end. It's just the beginning of something sacred. Whether you've supported this channel through super thanks or simply by being here and listening, thank you. Your spirit, your presence, your hunger for truth, it matters deeply. This space exists because of you. And now, as you step forward into what tomorrow holds, may the Spirit of God surround you like fire, guide you like wind, and keep you hidden under the shadow of his wings until the moment he calls you forth. You are covered, you are called, and you are chosen. Amen. Hello and welcome, my dear friend. There's a reason this message found you today, not by accident, not by luck, but by divine orchestration. Somewhere deep in your soul, something's been stirring, an unspoken question, a quiet ache for clarity, a feeling that something bigger is coming, but you're not quite sure when or how. And today, something finally answers back. Have you been feeling like everything around you is slowing down, almost to a standstill, but your spirit is vibrating with something you can't quite name? Do you feel like you've outgrown the life you had, but the next version hasn't arrived yet? That's not confusion, chosen one. That's transformation in progress. You're not lost. In fact, you're too awake, too spiritually tuned in to stay lost for long. What you're experiencing is not a detour, it's a divine holding pattern. Not punishment, not delay, but sacred suspension. You're being held, gently, intentionally, between what used to make sense and what will soon change everything. And I know this space can feel unbearable. It can feel like trying to breathe underwater with no idea how close you are to breaking the surface. But listen closely. This pause you're in, it's not a glitch in the matrix. It's not silence for the sake of silence. It's a spiritual lock designed so specifically that it won't click open until the real you steps forward. Not the version you perform for others, not the one molded by fear or past expectations, but the version that knows deep down, I was made for more than this. So let me welcome you into this sacred moment, and let me thank you, truly, for being here, for watching, for listening, for walking this journey with me. And to all of you who have generously supported this channel through super thanks, your gifts help me keep spreading messages like this around the world. Whether you give or not, please know, I am deeply grateful for your presence. You being here is already a gift. Now, if this message is already starting to resonate with your spirit, if something inside you is nodding quietly, saying, "This is for me," type 777 in the comments below. That's not just a number. That's your spiritual signature. It's your confirmation to the universe that you're listening, that you're awake, and that you're ready. Because what you're about to hear isn't just another encouraging message. It's alignment, it's clarity, it's the spiritual language of someone who finally learned how to hear beyond the noise. So take a deep breath, chosen one. You're not late, you're not off course, you're right on time. And everything is about to unfold in a way that will make you say, "Now I understand why it had to happen that way." Let's go deeper. God's chosen ones, that nothing's happening feeling. It's about to explode. This next chapter of your life is not waiting for some diminished version of you. It isn't welcoming the you who keeps folding to fit into the tight corners of other people's comfort zones. No, this chapter refuses anything less than your full emergence. It doesn't respond to desperation or fear. It doesn't open doors because you begged, cried, or contorted yourself into old patterns that used to work. This chapter, this divine unveiling, responds to presence. Real presence. Sacred, rooted, unshakable awareness that comes from knowing who you are, even when everything around you feels uncertain. And that's why nothing is working the way it once did. Have you noticed it? The usual escape routes are blocked. The emotional panic buttons that used to trigger survival mode victories now return silence. The distractions that once gave you a break, they now irritate your soul like sandpaper. Even the comforting habits, maybe journaling, meditating, binge-watching, or overthinking, feel empty. Why? Because they were rituals for an older version of you, a version that no longer exists. The real question now is not, what's next? The real question is, can you remain true to yourself even when nothing makes sense yet? Let's pause here and ask the deeper question. Why do you feel the need to escape the stillness? Could it be that the stillness is sacred? Could the void you're feeling actually be the womb of something miraculous? The Bible says in Isaiah 43:19, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" God isn't just making adjustments to your life. He's initiating something completely new. But that new thing can't be perceived if you're clinging to the old energy, the old self-image, the old tactics. You've outgrown them. And the evidence? That unsettling feeling that nothing satisfies, that restlessness that lingers even when everything seems fine. That's not failure. That's spiritual evolution. Do you remember when Oprah Winfrey lost her role in television early in her career? Most people would have spiraled into self-doubt, but she didn't shrink. Instead, she created a platform that made her one of the most influential spiritual voices in the world. Her presence, not her desperation, opened that door. And that's exactly what's happening with you. Your old identity had limits, but your calling doesn't. You're not stuck. You're being expanded. And let's be honest, none of this has been easy. You've endured nights so silent that they screamed in your ears. You've survived seasons where the only consistent voice was the one whispering from your soul, "Hold on." You bent so far trying to meet expectations, family, society, even your own outdated dreams, that your reflection no longer looked familiar. But here you are, not shattered, not lost, but cracked open, deliberately, so that the light within you can leak out and illuminate the way. Psalm 34:18 reminds us, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." This breaking wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Your soul is whispering, "What am I missing?" But it's not a cry of lack. It's a call inward, a divine invitation to peel back the noise and return to your truth. When Albert Einstein experienced intense isolation and was labeled eccentric, many believed he had lost touch. But in that solitude, he unlocked insights that would change the world. The silence wasn't his downfall. It was his gateway to revelation. Don't resent your quiet seasons, chosen one. They're not signs of abandonment. They're sacred summits of redefinition. Have you noticed how people are responding to you differently lately? Some drift away without reason. Others stare at you a little longer. That's because your energy is shifting. You're no longer vibrating on the same frequency as the people or places tied to your past identity. This spiritual friction isn't punishment. It's confirmation. The universe, God Himself, is restructuring your surroundings to match your divine vibration. So, why does it still feel like nothing is happening? Because transformation is always invisible before it becomes undeniable. Remember the story of Nelson Mandela. He spent 27 years in a prison cell, hidden from the world, forgotten by many. But even in that stillness, the transformation was happening. And when the world finally saw him again, he had become a global symbol of freedom and reconciliation. Nothing seemed to be happening for decades, but God was preparing everything. Romans 8:28 tells us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." You are being called according to purpose, not popularity. And that purpose is being cultivated in the quiet. The question is, can you trust the soil even when you can't see the seed sprouting? Can you stay faithful while nothing around you seems to move? This is the wilderness before the promised land. This is Gethsemane before resurrection. This is the stillness before the thunder. Serena Williams didn't win all her titles in public. Her most transformative work happened in training, in recovery, in solitude. What people witnessed on the court was the result of everything they didn't see. So what about you? What's growing within you that others can't yet perceive? Let me say this to you clearly. Chosen one, you're not waiting on life to happen. Life is waiting on you to become so present, so deeply rooted in your God-given essence, that the next door has no choice but to swing open. But if you abandon yourself in the waiting, if you try to numb your way through the cocoon, you may delay the very wings you've prayed for. Galatians 6:9 encourages us, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." That proper time isn't always on your calendar, but it is always right on God's. J.K. Rowling was broke, rejected by multiple publishers, and clinically depressed when she wrote Harry Potter. Her "Nothing's Happening" season was actually the forging of $1 billion legacy. What if your nothing is just God's not yet? You see, this moment isn't about escaping the unknown. It's about standing tall within it. It's about declaring, even if I don't see the whole path, I trust the one who leads me. This isn't spiritual limbo. It's sacred alignment. You're not behind. You're not broken. You're not late. You're being aligned. And here's the truth that many overlook. When God rewrites your life, He often starts with silence. When He calls you to greatness, He often begins by removing your crowd, because presence requires space. Your voice is growing, your light is intensifying, and anything not anchored in truth must fall away before the real elevation can begin. This part of your journey isn't demanding that you hustle into action. It's calling you to embrace intimacy with your very self, chosen one. It is not a moment for frantic movement or hasty decisions, but for a deep, soulful communion with who you are beneath the layers of past conditioning. Consider this. When was the last time you truly sat with yourself, allowing your heart and mind to rest in the quiet presence of your own being? That restless, anxious part of you, the one that clings desperately to choices, urges to move quickly, and feels compelled to perform clarity just to keep others from noticing your inner confusion, is merely a reflex developed long ago when you had to run to feel safe. It was the part of you that learned to project calm and order so that those around you wouldn't panic over your uncertainty. But now, the divine evolution has taken root deep within you, and your body, your soul, knows better. Perhaps you have already sensed it. The cravings that once drove you have transformed, and even relationships that once warmed your spirit now weigh on you as if testing the limits of your inner sanctum. Have you ever wondered why your favorite experiences, even the meals that once delighted you, might suddenly feel off, like your body itself is rejecting anything that doesn't align with the future you are destined to carry? This is no mere coincidence. Your entire system is engaged in a sacred shedding of noise and distraction, becoming increasingly impervious to the chaos of the external world. With every moment of stillness you gift yourself, you are slowly transforming into someone who is unavailable to the relentless disturbances that once defined your days. And in this profound silence, clarity begins to emerge, not as something gleaned from endless research or strict logic, but as a gentle revelation that settles in once you let go of the urge to constantly stir the waters of life. Imagine muddy water. When you stop stirring, the sediment gradually falls and the water becomes clear. Isn't it true, dear one, that sometimes only by sitting with the stillness do you allow the dusty clamor of your mind to settle, revealing the deep well of wisdom that was always within you? Reflect on this question. Have you recognized that the frantic chase for answers was never truly guidance, but rather a survival instinct from a time when you had to rely on quick reflexes to feel secure? In the gentle silence of this season, you are experiencing a sacred settling, a time when restoration is disguised as restlessness. It is not a mere break from your life's demands. It is a deep initiation into a new way of being, where the old patterns no longer serve you. As the Bible instructs in Proverbs 3:5-6, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. This verse reminds you that reliance on your own frantic logic is less potent than embracing the quiet, unwavering trust in the divine's perfect design for you. Can you feel that call to let go and trust, even when the future feels uncertain? Think about Steve Jobs, how his journey wasn't solely defined by immediate breakthroughs, but by long periods of seemingly unproductive reflection that allowed him to innovate beyond the norms. Jobs took long walks, engaged in silent contemplation, and often refrained from rushing into decisions, trusting that every pause was a preparation for a revolutionary leap. Just as Steve Jobs learned to view his moments of inactivity as the fertile ground for his most groundbreaking ideas, so too are you being initiated into a deeper, more authentic version of yourself. Consider then, what might you discover about your true purpose if you allowed yourself the space to simply be without the pressure to perform? This time in your journey is not a timeout, it is an initiation, a spiritual threshold that clearly marks the passage from your former existence to a new life that you have been quietly yet resolutely preparing for. Not with elaborate vision boards or empty resolutions, but with the subtle, quiet choices you made in the darkness when no one was watching. Choices that have gradually softened your edges and prepared you for what is coming. Have you ever reflected on those private decisions you made in solitude when you dared to believe that there was more to your life than the status quo? Those decisions, seemingly inconsequential at the time, have been paving the way for a transformation that doesn't demand performance, but rather presence. As you stand on this threshold, remember Philippians 4:6-7. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Let this promise resonate in your heart. Peace is not found by chasing after every fleeting impulse, but in surrendering to the divine rhythm that governs all things. Pause and ask yourself, can you relinquish the frantic urge to move and instead delight in the intimacy of simply being? You may notice that even the simplest aspects of your daily life are beginning to shift. The tastes you once craved, the relationships that fed your soul, are transforming into experiences that challenge you to seek deeper meaning. Michael Jordan, for example, is known not only for his legendary athletic prowess, but also for the quiet intensity with which he studied his craft, often retreating from the limelight to refine his skills in solitude. This transformation, from the external to the internal, mirrors your own journey. Are you ready to let go of the superficial and embrace what truly nourishes your soul? In this season, clarity comes in unexpectedly tender and unhurried ways. The wisdom you seek is not found on billboards or in hurried conversations. It is discovered in the quiet interplay between your heart and the divine. When you cease to act out of mere reflex, when you allow yourself to simply be present, the universe begins to whisper its secrets. Like Bob Marley once said through his soulful lyrics, there is a natural resistance to chaos and artificial noise. His music, echoing calm and conviction, resonated with millions because it was born of authentic presence, not frantic action. So, ask yourself, what hidden melodies are beginning to emerge from within you as the chaos falls away? In a world where every moment seems to demand rapid action and external validation, your journey is a radical invitation to step away from the frantic and embrace the depth of your inner life. This transformation is not accidental. It is a deliberate, sacred process where the extraneous noise of life is replaced by the profound silence that allows your true self to shine forth. Your body, your heart, and your spirit are now rejecting anything that doesn't align with the visionary future being prepared for you. It is as if even your very cravings have undergone a metamorphosis, a divine recalibration toward what is meant to be. Have you noticed these subtle changes, these small shifts in your desires and reactions? They are the signs that your inner light is ready to guide you forward in ways that defy logic. The old ways of merely reacting to life have been replaced by this transformative stillness, this capacity to sit with uncertainty until clarity emerges. It's similar to the process of watching muddy water gradually clear once the stirring ceases, revealing the undisturbed beauty below. Yet, this process is far more profound because it is a sacred settling, a metamorphosis in which you are becoming increasingly resistant to the chaos that once defined you. With every moment you choose stillness over frenetic action, you are laying the groundwork for a new mode of being, one that celebrates presence over performance. In the wisdom of Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." This verse is a powerful reminder that the current stillness is not a dead end, but a deliberate preparatory phase ordained by God. It is a promise that even when life seems stagnant, the divine plan is intricately at work, molding you into the person who will carry that hope into a radiant future. Reflect on this promise. When you surrender your need to constantly act, do you allow God's plans to gradually unfold through you? Consider the journey of Malala Yousafzai, whose quiet yet resolute determination in the face of overwhelming challenges transformed not only her life, but also global perceptions on education and justice. Malala's early years were marked by silence and careful observation, a period of introspection that fortified her before she stepped boldly into the public arena. Her story exemplifies that sometimes the greatest acts of courage come from within, when you allow yourself to be still and listen to the whisperings of your heart. And so I ask, what inner strength lies dormant in you, waiting to be awakened through this sacred pause? This process of inner transformation is not a retreat, but a profound initiation into a higher state of consciousness. The decisions you are making in these quiet moments, though they may seem small, are monumental steps toward a new life. They are not laid out in vision boards or dictated by public resolutions, but are born from the quiet decisions made in solitude when no one else was watching, but your soul was fully alert and aware. Just as Leonardo da Vinci used his solitary moments to unlock the mysteries of art and science, you, too, are utilizing these intimate moments with yourself to redesign the blueprint of your life. Can you feel that pull, an inner call to authenticity that bids you to put away the clamor of everyday expectation and step into a more profound alignment with your true essence? Now, let us address a common misconception that this season of rest and introspection is merely a pause from life's challenges. In reality, it is an invitation to elevate your consciousness. It is a gentle but powerful reminder that the external actions you once relied on are no longer the measure of who you are. The upcoming phase of your journey will not demand that you perform. It will require that you simply be present. Like the calm after a storm, this period of quiet is where your deepest transformation occurs. It is a time to recalibrate, renew, and re-emerge into the world with a clarity that only the divine can bestow. In keeping with this divine truth, consider the comforting call of Matthew 11:28, which says, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." This invitation is not a call to inaction, but a beckoning to rest deeply in the assurance that your rest is fueling a far greater awakening. It asks, will you dare to come with all your burdens and doubts and allow the peace that surpasses understanding to redefine your path? As you dwell in this sacred space of internal intimacy, remember that the disappearance of external validation does not diminish your worth. It is, in fact, a confirmation that you are shedding the superficial layers that once obscured the brilliant light of your true self. The transformation you experience now is not about escaping from life's challenges, but about turning inward to discover the extraordinary depth of your existence. Reflect on the journey of Michael Jordan, whose internal drive was cultivated away from the public eye. His legendary success was built upon countless hours of solitary practice, where no one was watching to applaud his progress. In that quiet, unwavering commitment to self-improvement, he found the clarity and power to redefine what was possible. So ask yourself, when the world around you fades into a soft whisper, will you hear the powerful, resounding voice of your own divine guidance? This is your sacred season of restoration, a time when each moment of seeming inactivity is actually a profound lesson in stillness. The chaotic demands of the past are gradually dissolving, making way for a clarity that only deep introspection can bring. Your system, both physical and spiritual, is aligning with the higher frequencies of a future that is pure and unmistakably your own. Amid these transformative moments, your heart begins to recognize that what may have once felt like a dead end is in fact the tender preparation for a magnificent breakthrough. As you continue this journey inward, remember that every pause, every moment of stillness is an act of rebellion against a world that values constant action over genuine presence. In these quiet intervals, you're not wasting time. You're sculpting the future by clearing away the unneeded and letting the divine light in. The transformation you experience now is akin to the way nature renews itself. The autumn leaves must fall so that the earth can be reborn in the vibrant hues of spring. With each day that you choose presence over panic, you are allowing your soul to be reborn into an existence that is unburdened by the past and unafraid of the unknown. And so, I leave you with another question. Will you surrender to the divine intimacy of your inner being, or will you continue chasing the illusions of external action? Will you trust that in the stillness lies the foundation of your greatest transformation? For in the quiet, every whisper of your heart is a step toward a future where your presence speaks louder than any performative action ever could. In this very moment, as you sit with the echoes of your soul and let the transformative silence envelop you, know that you are not alone. Your journey of intimacy with yourself is the very catalyst that will bring forth the next extraordinary chapter of your life. The divine is working within you, molding you into a beacon of light that stands unshaken amidst the chaos of the world. Trust that what is happening internally is far more significant than any outward sign could ever be. Your body, your mind, and your spirit are aligning to become a vessel of profound presence, one that no longer needs to run to feel safe, for you have already been cradled in the eternal arms of grace. Remember also the promise found in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." This plan is unfolding even in the quiet, the still moments when you might feel left in a void. That void is being filled with purpose. And while the external world may seem silent, your inner landscape is alive with divine orchestration, guiding you step by step toward a destiny that transcends mere action. It calls for the profound art of simply being. So, dear chosen one, embrace this season of intimacy with your true self. Let go of the frantic need to choose, act, and decide. Instead, settle into the calm certainty that every moment of silence is a prelude to the magnificent symphony of your transformation. The journey inward is both the most courageous and the most sacred path you can take. Trust that as you nurture this intimacy with yourself, the divine is orchestrating an explosion of light and purpose that will transform not only your life, but the lives of all who are touched by your radiance. And once again reflect on these words from Matthew 11:28. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Let them remind you that you are invited into a sacred rest, a deep, healing pause that is far from inactivity, but rather the fertile ground from which all true transformation grows. Ask yourself now, what part of you is ready to let go of the old reflexes, and what part is prepared to step into the intimate embrace of the new you? As you continue to dwell in this transformative stillness, carry with you the understanding that every moment of quiet introspection is a stepping stone toward becoming the person you were always meant to be, a person whose presence alone can change the world. Remember how Malala Yousafzai, in the face of unimaginable adversity, found the strength in quiet determination to raise her voice for millions. Like Malala, Michael Jordan, Steve Jobs, and Bob Marley before you, each moment of genuine stillness in your life is a powerful act of defiance against a world that values noise over substance. And so, dear chosen one, in the silence of this sacred season, may you find the courage to fully embrace your divine intimacy, knowing that in every quiet heartbeat there is a promise of renewal, a spark that is about to ignite into an explosion of purpose and light. You're not stuck, chosen one. You're not being punished, overlooked, or forgotten. What you're experiencing right now isn't a delay, it's a divine alignment. The quiet, the stillness, the unsettling in-between. It's not a void. It's not limbo. It's calibration. This isn't the universe pressing pause on your life out of neglect or cruelty. No, this is God, with infinite precision, customizing the very moment that's going to meet you. A moment so exact in its timing, so tailored to your evolution, that when it finally arrives, it will not only make sense, it will feel like destiny. But to receive that, you must hold steady in this space between no longer and not yet. Can you do that? Can you remain faithful in the hallway before the door swings wide? It's easy to panic in the silence, to think that because things are quiet, nothing is moving. But don't confuse stillness with absence. Don't confuse preparation with punishment. Sometimes God hides you, not to withhold your blessing, but to shape the vessel that will carry it. Can you trust that the current stillness in your life is the sacred breath before the breakthrough? Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. That means even this awkward, suspended season is part of the holy pattern. What if the very stillness you're questioning is the soil where the greatest transformation is taking root? Think of Abraham Lincoln. Before he led a nation through its darkest hour, he suffered defeat after defeat, business failures, political losses, personal grief. To the world, it looked like stagnation. But in that silence, something was being formed. And when his moment came, history recognized what God had been building all along. So, chosen one, what if your waiting isn't wasted time but sacred construction? What if your silence is the scaffolding of significance? And let me tell you, when the path reappears, and it will, it won't show up with hesitation. It won't arrive politely or gently, ask for permission to enter your life. It will come with force, with clarity, with a divine knock that shakes the foundation of everything you've been preparing for. But here's the thing, it won't ask if you're ready. It will ask if you remember who you are. That's why you're here right now. Not to prepare your hands for doing, but to prepare your soul for being. This is not a test of your productivity. It's a revelation of your identity. Isaiah 40:31 says, "But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." This waiting, this holy anticipation, is not draining your power. It's storing it. It's building spiritual muscle. It's aligning your soul so that when the moment comes, you won't falter. You'll rise. Consider Viola Davis. Before becoming the first black actor to achieve the triple crown of acting, Oscar, Emmy, Tony, she spent years doing small roles, often typecast, often overlooked. But she didn't panic in the stillness. She embraced the alignment, and when her door finally opened, she didn't walk through uncertainly. She walked through with the full knowledge of who she was, and so will you. But do you know that about yourself yet? Do you know that your current quiet is not a sign of absence, but a marker of divine intimacy? This isn't stalling. This is sacred timing. This is choreography. The steps are being ordered by a God who sees the whole floor while you're still learning the rhythm. Psalm 37:23 says, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." So if your steps feel halted right now, it's because the next movement requires a different rhythm, a deeper awareness, a fuller trust. Do you hear that inner whisper calling you not to rush, but to remember, not to grasp, but to ground? And let's talk about that knock, because when it comes, it won't be subtle. It'll be the kind of moment that seems both shocking and somehow expected all at once. Like a phone call you didn't know you were waiting for. Like the job, the relationship, the opportunity, or the breakthrough that seems to appear out of nowhere, but in truth was always being shaped for you behind the veil. And when that moment knocks, you'll realize why the door took so long to open. It wasn't the door, it was you. You were becoming someone worthy to answer it. Albert Einstein once said, "It's not that I'm so smart, it's just that I stay with problems longer." That's a spiritual truth disguised as science. Those who rise aren't always the most skilled. They're the ones who hold the line through uncertainty, the ones who trust that silence has value. So let me ask you this: will you endure the sacred tension of the in-between, or will you run because the silence made you uncomfortable? You're being positioned for something your past version could not carry. This is an inner recalibration, not a punishment. Can you sense it? How your emotions don't respond to the old triggers. How your soul is less willing to negotiate for breadcrumbs. How even the people you once chased are fading into the background of your focus. This is alignment, chosen one, not loneliness, not confusion. Alignment. Romans 5:3-5 reveals this process beautifully. We also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope, and hope does not put us to shame. That pressure you feel, it's not punishment, it's preparation. The quiet struggle is cultivating character. The discomfort is refining hope. It's not in vain, it never was. Think about Maya Angelou. Her poetry was not born in applause. It was born in silence, in solitude, in the deepest crevices of human experience. Her voice, one of the most iconic of our time, was forged in a stillness most people try to escape. What if you too are being asked to find your voice, not in the noise of doing, but in the strength of simply becoming? One day, without warning, everything will shift. The email will come. The phone will ring, the message will arrive, and it won't ask for your readiness. It will require your authenticity. A single sentence from a stranger could redirect your life. A door you forgot you knocked on could suddenly swing open. And when it happens, it won't wait for your curated self, the one you've polished for approval. No, it will demand the raw you, the real you, the chosen you. Can you feel that on the horizon? That something is circling closer? Because the truth is, destiny doesn't ask permission, it asks participation. But before that moment arrives, there's this pause, this stretch of silence that has lingered far longer than your comfort would prefer. Why? Why the waiting, the stillness, the void? Not because you're forgotten, not because you're failing, but because you're being prepared. You're not just being refined to do something great. You're being refined to be someone who can hold it. And part of that preparation is teaching you to stop reacting out of fear, to stop choosing out of survival. This season is about learning how to respond with presence, not panic, how to hear your peace, not as a temporary reward, but as a divine compass. John 14:27 reminds us, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." This isn't about feeling good for a moment. It's about learning to trust peace as guidance. The kind of peace that doesn't always make logical sense, but makes your soul exhale. Are you listening to that peace now? Or are you still trying to force outcomes that no longer feel like you? This silence is not rejection, it's refinement. God is stripping away the outdated beliefs, the societal masks, the roles you didn't even realize you were still performing. This moment in your life, the one where so many things seem to have lost their flavor, is not random. You are being recalibrated, not punished. The opinions that used to guide you, losing volume. The labels that used to define you, falling away. Why? Because you can't carry old noise into a future this precise. You are being prepared to discern, not based on pressure, but based on resonance. Think about Lady Gaga. Before she was a global icon, she was told she wasn't marketable, that her style and sound were too unconventional, but she didn't fold to the pressure of mainstream expectations. She leaned into her rawness, her originality, and built an empire not on conformity, but on authenticity. That same demand is rising in you. When your moment arrives, it will ask, are you willing to show up fully? Or will you shrink into the safer, quieter version of yourself that the world tried to mold you into? That's why certain places have become harder to be in lately, why some conversations exhaust you, why you walk into certain rooms and feel the air itself pressing against your chest. It's not just discomfort, it's your energetic sensitivity waking up. You are beginning to feel the difference between energy that expands you and energy that contracts you, and now your soul refuses to stay where it cannot breathe. Can you see how your body is guiding you now? It's not weakness, it's wisdom. Romans 12:2 speaks to this transformation. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will. You're not being dramatic, you're evolving. You're being trained to recognize alignment over appearance, expansion over comfort, truth over tradition. Take a moment to reflect on Simone Biles, who, in the face of Olympic expectations, chose to step back for her mental and spiritual well-being. The world called it controversial, but it was actually divine clarity. She chose presence over performance. That's the kind of boldness you're being called into now. Are you brave enough to walk away from what no longer reflects who you are, even if it once looked like everything you wanted? This isn't fragility. This is energetic intelligence, spiritual maturity, and it's your greatest strength now. Intelligence in this sacred context is knowing when to let go, when to stop forcing what no longer fits, when to bless what was and release it without guilt. Can you sense how your nervous system has been trying to tell you something? The tight chest, the restlessness, the strange dreams that haunt your sleep. These aren't symptoms of disorder. They are signs of awakening. Your internal compass is recalibrating. Your body is aligning to the truth of who you're becoming. No longer will your spirit let you betray yourself without consequence. 2 Corinthians 5:17 declares, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone, the new is here." That means your body, your spirit, your entire being is shedding what's old, not to torment you, but to make space for the new you that's already rising. Are you allowing that newness, or are you clinging to an expired version of your identity? Consider the journey of Keanu Reeves. Known for his quiet demeanor and depth, he walked through deep grief and loss. But rather than hardening, He became more attuned, more gracious, more present. He didn't force life to give him peace. He allowed his sensitivity to shape a life of deeper meaning. That's what you're stepping into. A version of you that doesn't dominate the room, but redefines its frequency. So now, ask yourself, what are you still forcing? What are you still holding on to simply because you once wanted it? And what would happen if you stopped trying to resurrect the past and instead allowed your future to rise, unfiltered and unforced? Philippians 1:6 gives us this assurance: he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. This silence you're experiencing, it's not the end of the story, it's the midpoint, the becoming, the divine work in progress that, when complete, will speak louder than anything you've ever had to prove. Look at Elon Musk, someone who continually sheds industries, ideas, and even entire companies in pursuit of alignment with his greater vision. His path is not driven by tradition or comfort, but by intuitive leaps toward innovation. Your inner shifts may not build rockets, but they're building a new way of existing, a new spiritual architecture, a new level of self-trust. This is not a small recalibration. This is a soul revolution. Your body is becoming your truth detector. Your silence is becoming your teacher. Your discomfort is becoming your guide. And all of it is happening, not to break you, but to reveal the version of you that was always too big to fit into the boxes you once called home. You used to survive by shrinking, by making yourself agreeable, soft and easy to digest for others' comfort. You molded yourself into versions that were palatable to the world, not because that's who you truly were, but because it kept you safe. But that version of you, compliant, cautious and convenient, no longer works. And the discomfort you're feeling now, it's not confusion, it's not failure, it's your entire system rejecting every identity that once made peace with being only partially seen. Can you feel it? The ache that grows louder in environments where you're misunderstood. The fatigue that lingers in conversations where you still feel the need to explain yourself. That's your inner compass waking up. That's your soul refusing to dim again. And if you're wondering why clarity hasn't landed yet, why the answers feel delayed, perhaps it's because you're still looking for them in the wrong places. Clarity is no longer external, chosen one. It's not some booming voice from the clouds. It's not a sign plastered on the wall or a unanimous vote from those around you. No, clarity now is intimate. It's sacred. It's the way your body exhales when something is true, the way your spirit gently contracts when something isn't. Have you felt that exhale lately? That sense of peace, not because something is safe, but because it's aligned. Colossians 3:15 says, "Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, since as members of one body you were called to peace." This isn't poetic suggestion, it's divine instruction. Peace is no longer a luxury you chase, it's the compass you follow. And that's what this stillness has been doing all along, reconnecting you to that inner compass, tuning you so precisely that when the next chapter finally presents itself, you won't hesitate. You won't ask for signs. You'll know. Look at Beyoncé. She didn't rise to global prominence by asking the world for permission. She didn't wait for someone to validate her worth. She tuned in deeply to her voice, her power, her resonance. Her decisions weren't always the logical ones, but they were aligned, and that alignment built an empire. Like her, you're not waiting to become someone. You're remembering who you've always been. And yes, the decision will come. There will be a moment, clearer than anything you've yet seen, when you are asked to choose, not just a path, a self, a standard, a direction, and in that moment you won't choose based on fear, guilt, or survival. You will choose based on resonance, and resonance doesn't shout, it doesn't plead, it waits, calm, certain, unwavering, for you to become still enough to hear it. That's why the clarity hasn't arrived yet, because it's not out there to find. It's in here, within you, waiting to be remembered. 1 Corinthians 14:33 reminds us, "For God is not a God of confusion, but of peace." So if confusion is still speaking, it's not the voice of your destiny. Clarity comes as peace. And peace doesn't need to make noise, it just needs space. Actor and activist Elliot Page once said that embracing authenticity was not a loud announcement, but a quiet revolution. He described how something as simple as breathing deeply for the first time became a sign of alignment. That's resonance. Not always dramatic, but always undeniable. Are you tuning in to those subtleties now, or are you still looking outside for what only your soul can confirm? Because here's the truth. Chosen one, this next phase is not about making the right decision. That mindset belongs to a version of you that still believes there's only one correct path and everything else is failure. That version is done. This isn't about being perfect. This is about becoming the kind of person who can't be talked out of what they know, can't be guilted back into playing small, can't be manipulated into ignoring the signals of their body, spirit, or calling. This is about becoming unshakable, not through defiance, but through alignment. James 1:5 offers a promise for moments like this. If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to him. So stop doubting your process. You're not wandering aimlessly. You're being shaped for a moment you prayed for long ago, a moment that required you to be strong enough to stand alone if necessary, centered enough to hear the whisper, and brave enough to choose it without asking the world to agree. And don't forget, you've already done the healing, you've already done the searching. You're not broken, you're not lost, you're not late. You are simply being asked to sit in the stillness just a little longer. Not to suffer, but to remember, to recall what you asked for, to remember the vows you whispered in the dark seasons, to reconnect with the version of you that existed before the world told you who to be. Think of Jim Carrey, who, after reaching incredible heights in comedy and film, spoke openly about his spiritual journey, how the external success wasn't the clarity he hoped for. It was in quiet, in reflection, in spiritual awakening that he found the truth. He said, "Depression is your avatar telling you it's tired of being the character you're trying to play. Are you tired too? Not tired from effort, but tired of being unseen, even by yourself?" Proverbs 4:7 declares, "Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all your getting, get understanding." You are being given more than clarity, you're being given understanding. The deep, unshakable kind that doesn't shift when life throws confusion your way. The kind that doesn't need to be defended because it lives inside of you like a knowing. And you'll know when it's time. When the opportunity rises, you won't hesitate. You won't analyze it to death. You won't send it to 10 people asking for their opinions. You'll feel it in your body, in your chest, in your bones. That sacred click of knowing, this is it, this is mine. Think about Nelson Mandela. After decades in prison, he emerged not bitter, not confused, but clear. His decisions were not reactive, they were rooted in inner peace and unwavering purpose. That kind of clarity doesn't come from external noise. It comes from silence, from stillness, from tuning in. That's what you're doing now, becoming the kind of person whose yes is sacred and whose no is non-negotiable. You wanted more than just a life that looked good on paper. You wanted truth. You wanted alignment. You wanted a life that didn't just impress the world, but fulfilled your soul. You asked for something sacred, something real, something that felt like it was built for you, not just for your resume or your reputation. And now, here you are, standing at the threshold of it, the edge between what has been and what will be. You are no longer who you were, but you are not quite who you are becoming. You are suspended in that holy interval between inhale and exhale, The moment before the curtain rises, the sacred hush before the lights flood the stage. The dream you asked for? It's already being arranged, but it won't arrive with noise. It won't knock with drama. It will emerge from stillness. Are you listening? Not with your ears, but with your soul, because this stillness isn't a pause. It's a preparation. It's not a punishment. It's an anointing. It's the divine holding its breath with you, knowing that what's coming next isn't just another chapter. It's a completely new book. So what if this pause isn't about waiting for something to happen, but about preparing you to become the person who can carry what's already happening behind the veil? Habakkuk 2:3 tells us, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." That waiting you're doing, it's not empty. It's charged with divine purpose. Can you hold steady in the tension long enough to meet the destiny already rushing toward you? This is the moment where you choose not to shrink while you wait, not to backtrack into old habits or distract yourself from the discomfort of not knowing. This is the moment you decide, once and for all, that even in the silence, even when nothing is confirmed, even when nobody claps, you are still worthy of what comes next. Not because you performed well, but because you finally chose you. Think of Ava DuVernay. Before she became the groundbreaking director we now admire, she worked in silence. She didn't pick up a camera until age 32. No film school, no handouts, but she said yes to herself before the world ever did. And when her moment came, it didn't arrive slowly. It moved fast. She was ready, not because of external validation, but because of deep internal agreement. That's the power of alignment. That's what you're preparing for now. So take this pause seriously. Don't waste it trying to escape the unknown. Don't medicate the silence with distraction. Let it shape you. Let it clear the fog. Let it deepen the resonance within you. The reason the signs are quiet is because they're not supposed to be louder than the voice of your own soul anymore. Can you trust that voice? Can you give it authority again? Isaiah 30:15 says, "In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength." Quietness is not weakness. Rest is not retreat. In God's economy, stillness is strategy. Silence is sacred training. You're being prepared for rapid movement, not with panic, but with poise. That's why the energy around you has felt like it's pressing pause on everything external, so the internal can catch up. So your inner world becomes strong enough to handle what's about to accelerate. You may have noticed it. Doors that once swung open easily now remain shut. Plans that used to come together quickly now delay. Friendships that used to feel easy now feel heavy. That's not failure. That's spiritual realignment. You're being weaned off anything that doesn't match your future. Your body even knows it. Places feel heavier. Conversations feel forced. This isn't random. It's your inner system rejecting what no longer resonates. Have you noticed how fast your nervous system reacts now to environments that don't feel safe or true? That's not anxiety. That's evolution. Psalm 46:10 reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." Stillness isn't passive, it's prophetic. It says, "I trust what's coming so deeply that I don't have to chase it." And when that thing you prayed for does arrive, and make no mistake, it will. It won't come quietly. It won't creep in through the back door. It will move fast, like grace, like thunder, like wind that suddenly lifts you off your feet and sets you on solid ground. Just ask Chadwick Boseman's story. Years of quiet preparation, years of being faithful behind the scenes. When his door opened, it didn't inch forward. It burst open, and he was ready. Not because he was perfect, but because he had done the soul work in silence. You are in that same corridor now. Will you honor it? Will you treat this stillness not as wasted time, but as holy ground? And when it comes, and you'll know it when it does, it won't ask for approval. It will require participation. You won't walk forward because someone told you to. You won't leap because the crowd is cheering. You'll move because the voice within says, "This is it." You'll move not because the logic lines up, but because something in you rises and says, "Yes, this is mine." Proverbs 3:6 promises, "In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths." You don't have to force the direction. You just have to acknowledge the presence within you, around you, ahead of you. That presence has been guiding you all along, even when you thought the silence meant you were forgotten. Think of Oprah Winfrey again, a woman who said yes to herself long before anyone gave her a platform. She used her voice when it was inconvenient. She stayed present when it was painful. And when the spotlight found her, she was ready, not because she chased it, but because she aligned with it. So I'll ask you, chosen one, are you still looking for signs that shout? Or are you finally willing to honor the whisper? That holy whisper that says, "It's already in motion, just don't abandon the process." You don't have to scream to be seen anymore. You don't have to prove your worth to receive what's yours. This next phase won't wait for you to feel confident. It will move with acceleration, with intensity, and with undeniable clarity. And that's why you're being asked to become still now, so that when it comes, you're not scrambling, you're not shrinking, you're not fumbling, you're ready. 2 Timothy 1:7 reminds us, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." You are not fragile, you are fortified. You are not in limbo, you are in training. Every moment of stillness you embrace now becomes the anchor that will hold you steady when the wind of acceleration hits. So say yes, not to the plan, but to the presence. Say yes to yourself again. Say yes without needing everyone else to echo it, because when this moment arrives, and it will, you won't just recognize it. You'll rise to meet it. And the ground will feel like it's moving beneath your feet, not because it's unstable, but because it's rising to match your frequency. This is not waiting. This is agreement. You asked for alignment. You asked for truth. You asked for a life that finally feels like you. Now it's coming. Don't miss it by running away from the stillness that's preparing you to receive it. Because when the time comes, and it's already approaching, it won't be quiet. It will be unmistakable, not because the world shouted go, but because your soul whispered yes. And this time you won't ignore it. You'll walk forward, and it will feel like destiny finally catching up with the version of you who decided she was worthy of it all along. So breathe deep, chosen one. Inhale with reverence. Exhale with trust. The pause, the silence that once felt unbearable, is almost over. And when life resumes, when momentum returns like a river suddenly freed from its dam, you will not be the same soul who entered this stillness. No, something in you has changed forever. You will walk forward not just wiser but clearer, not just more resilient but more rooted. You will move not because the world said go, but because your soul whispered now. And this time you'll hear it, not with your ears, but with your spirit. Because in the quiet, you finally learned how to listen, and that changes everything. You now understand what most people never grasp, that the pause is not a punishment, but a sacred preparation. That stillness is not stagnation. It is the ground where true clarity blooms. And that breath you just took, that calm you're beginning to feel in your chest, that is presence, that is alignment, that is you, becoming the version of yourself you've been praying for, hoping for, waiting for. You didn't waste this season. You didn't numb it away. You stayed, you listened, you let the silence carve new rooms within you. And now you're more than prepared for what comes next. You are available for it, emotionally available, spiritually attuned, energetically aligned. And that, dear one, makes all the difference. Do you feel it? The ground beneath you feels firmer now. The fog has thinned. The noise has softened. There's a quiet knowing rising in you, a holy confidence, not loud, not boastful, but unmistakable. You've stopped outsourcing your validation. You've stopped waiting for the world to name you, because finally you remember who you are. Before we part ways today, I want to pause and say from the depths of my spirit, thank you. Thank you for showing up for yourself. Thank you for trusting this space. Thank you for giving your soul the room to breathe, the permission to grow, and the silence to speak. Whether this is your first time listening or you've walked with me through many messages, your presence here means more than words can express. You are not just a viewer. You are part of a sacred awakening that is spreading across the world like fire through dry fields. The chosen ones are rising, and your spirit is part of that ignition. If this message stirred something in you, if it helped you feel seen, heard, or understood on a level the world rarely offers, I invite you to help this message reach others. Like the video, share it with someone you love, and subscribe so we can continue walking this divine path together. Every click, every comment, every moment you spend here sends a ripple of light into a world that deeply needs it. And if you feel led, if this message touched your heart, and you wish to give back in a tangible way, you can do so through the Super Thanks button. Your donation helps keep these messages alive, sustained, and growing. But please know this, whether you choose to donate or not, your presence alone is a gift. Your energy here is honored. Your time is sacred. Your growth is celebrated. I don't measure this journey in likes or numbers. I measure it in transformation. In the quiet breakthroughs you experience alone, in the moments your soul whispers, "This was for me." That's the currency of heaven, and I feel it every time you come back. So thank you from my heart to yours. And as you prepare to rise from this sacred stillness and walk into the next chapter, remember, you are not the same. You are upgraded, refined, anointed. Don't shrink back. Don't apologize for the clarity you now carry. You've earned this voice. You've earned this calm. You've earned this light. And the world is waiting for what only you can deliver. I bless your home, your heart, and your healing. I bless your decisions, your delays, and your destiny. I bless your mornings with clarity, your nights with rest, and your every step with protection. May the favor of God surround you like a shield, and may His purpose lead you with such certainty that even in uncertainty you walk with confidence. And when you feel lost again, and you will because growth is cyclical, I pray you come back to this place, this sacred refuge, this space where your soul is always welcome. You are not alone on this path. You are seen, you are held, and you are walking with thousands of other chosen ones across the world who are awakening right alongside you. If you're still feeling stirred, don't stop here. Continue your awakening by choosing one of the videos on your screen. Each one is a doorway, a deeper layer, a new revelation. Trust your intuition, whichever one your spirit feels drawn to. That's where the next message is waiting for you. Until we meet again, may grace find you, may strength sustain you, and may your own yes become the loudest, clearest confirmation you'll ever need. I'll see you there. Chosen one, what if I told you that you're not just watching this message, you're fulfilling prophecy by being here? That what led you to this moment wasn't chance, but divine orchestration. Think about it. How many videos could you have clicked on today? How many distractions could have pulled you away? But you're here, and the truth is, your spirit already knew this moment was coming. Deep down, haven't you felt it? That quiet, sacred stirring, that feeling that something big was about to shift in your life. But you didn't know when or how. Well, this is the moment. That shift, it's now. This isn't just another video. This is the confirmation your soul has been praying for. So let me ask you, are you ready to stop hoping and start walking in what you were promised? Are you prepared to stop waiting and finally own the power you've been carrying all along. Because you're not just witnessing transformation anymore, you are the transformation. And things are about to align in your life so quickly, so perfectly, that even you will stand in awe. Doors are opening, delays are dissolving, and everything that once felt like resistance will now make sense as divine redirection. But to walk fully in this divine shift, you have to understand what you're stepping into, and more importantly, who you are becoming. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to say thank you, truly, to every single one of you who has supported this channel, especially those who have given through super thanks. You are a vital part of this mission. Your generosity helps keep this message flowing to those who need it most. And I want you to know that whether you donate or not, your presence here means everything. I see you, I honor you, and I'm so grateful you're here. Now, I need you to drop the number 999 in the comments. That number is a powerful signal of completion and awakening. It tells the universe, I'm ready, I receive, I align. When you comment 999, you are stepping into agreement with this divine transformation. If you've ever felt like you were meant for more, if you've ever sensed that there was something special about you, even when others didn't see it, stay with me until the end, because the message you're about to hear is not just encouragement, it's activation. The shift has begun, and you're not just part of it, you are the reason it's happening. Let's step into your transformation together, right now. God's chosen ones, watch now. You're on Heaven's Live camera, and you outrank them all. From the moment you took your first breath, heaven had already begun recording. You didn't just arrive, you were sent. And the world, though unaware at the time, had no idea what kind of divine disruption was now walking among them. But now, there's no mistaking it. You're not hidden. You're not a background character in the story of this world. You are the main signal on heaven's live feed. Chosen one, the spotlight is no longer metaphorical. It's spiritual, it's celestial, and it's real. Every step you take is illuminated not just by stage lights, but by divine intention. Can you feel it? The awareness in the room when you walk in, the quiet pause in people's spirits when you speak. It's not just coincidence, it's alignment. You're no longer invisible, you're undeniable. The camera of heaven is fixed on you, not to monitor you, but to magnify you, to showcase the essence of who you truly are, not just for the world, but for the generations that will look to you for guidance. Why do you think people suddenly start listening when you talk, even when you say very little? Consider Joseph, the favored son of Jacob, sold into slavery and forgotten in a prison cell. For years, no one saw his worth. But God was watching, and when his time came, he was elevated to rule over Egypt, second only to Pharaoh. Genesis 41:41. Isn't that the story of many chosen ones? Hidden, overlooked, underestimated, until suddenly everyone sees what heaven saw all along. Let me ask you this. Could it be that the moments you felt the most unseen were actually the moments God was setting the stage? What if your silence was never absence but incubation? What if the delay wasn't denial but preparation? Because now the lens is on you. You are the broadcast. Your words have weight. Your actions echo. You're not just moving through life anymore. You're influencing timelines, shifting atmospheres, rerouting destinies. The spotlight isn't just on your face. It's on your calling. You are living proof that divine recognition is real, and that no one can mute what God has already set in motion. The concept of being live isn't just about exposure, It's about revelation. It's about truth being unveiled, about your divine identity being witnessed in real time. What was once hidden beneath layers of trauma, fear, or rejection is now glowing with unmistakable purpose. The world doesn't just see a person anymore. They see a force. They see a soul marked with heaven's fingerprints. And that's what makes this different. You were never just living. You were being documented, spiritually surveilled, and prophetically recorded for such a time as this. As it says in Luke 12:2, there is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. You are the disclosure. Look at the story of Malala Yousafzai, silenced by those who feared her voice, shot for daring to pursue education, yet her voice went global. Not because she sought fame, but because her truth was divine, and the world couldn't look away. That's what divine attention looks like. It's not loud at first, it's purposeful, and when the appointed time arrives, nothing can stop it. And let's be clear, this divine lens doesn't function like human media. It doesn't care about filters, trends, or edits. It captures what's real. And what's real is that you outrank every scheme formed against you. You outrank every lie, every betrayal, every attempt to dim your light. The kingdom you're representing is higher, holier, and more powerful than anything on this earth. Heaven's live camera doesn't follow the popular. It follows the called. And you've been called. Called to shift environments. Called to speak when others are silent. Called to walk with the authority of someone who answers to a higher throne. Let me ask you, have you noticed how people are reacting to you differently now? Have you noticed the way their eyes linger a second longer, or their spirits stir in your presence? That's not ego, that's evidence. That's the spiritual realm adjusting to your emergence. The same way the world adjusted when Oprah Winfrey, once a poor girl from Mississippi, stepped into her purpose and shifted an entire generation. Her camera moment wasn't a television debut. It was a soul unveiling, just like yours. The camera of heaven doesn't just watch, it records for eternity. Every moment you chose love instead of vengeance. Every time you forgave instead of retaliating. Every time you kept going when no one saw your tears. It's all there, documented. And now, as God elevates you, it's playing back in the spirits of everyone who once dismissed you. Revelation 3:8 says, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. That door's now swinging wide, and the world is watching you walk through it. And here's the truth. You're going viral in the kingdom first. That divine frequency you're carrying, it's contagious. It's shifting minds. It's awakening spirits. This isn't the kind of viral that fades in 48 hours. This is legacy. This is destiny's broadcast. Even the ones who never liked you are watching now, wondering how you made it, where your strength comes from. They're captivated not by your style, but by your soul. What they're seeing now is what God always saw in you, and what heaven sees, it rewards. Think of Nelson Mandela, locked away for decades, out of sight, seemingly forgotten. But the world had to look when he emerged, not because he sought revenge, but because he carried divine authority. The live camera found him, and it never looked away again. Could the same be happening with you right now? With every passing day, your story is unfolding in front of millions. Some in person, most spiritually. You're not rising alone, you're rising with heaven as your production team. And even when you feel unseen in the natural, know that heaven has you on full display. Psalm 33:13-15 reminds us, From heaven the Lord looks down and sees all mankind. He who forms the hearts of all, who considers everything they do. Every move you make is being observed by the only audience that truly matters. So, don't shrink, don't doubt, don't dim the light just because some people squint. You were made to shine with a light not born of this world. Your rise is not for applause, but for assignment. And as the footage of your life plays out before the throne, And in front of the people, know this: you are the evidence that God keeps receipts. You are the highlight reel of a divine plan set in motion before you ever got here. And now the world has no choice but to tune in. Would you believe it if I told you that all of this, every delay, every closed door, every quiet season, was just the setup for this moment of divine recognition? Would you dare accept that heaven's eyes have never left you? That you've been on the live feed of glory this whole time, just waiting for the broadcast to go global, because it just did. It's one thing to gain recognition, but it's something else entirely to surpass those the world once worshipped. And that, chosen one, is exactly what you've done. This is no ordinary rise. You haven't just stepped into influence. You've outshined the very individuals who were once considered untouchable. The powerful are watching you now with silent confusion, because the spotlight that once fixated on them has shifted. It's not envy driving the crowd, it's reverence. They see it, even if they don't understand it. The divine promotion on your life. Can you feel the shift in the atmosphere? The same systems that tried to keep you silent now echo your name in their corridors. The ones who built the towers of control are now glancing over their shoulders because God has restructured the ranks and you've been placed above. Think about it. How does someone with no traditional title, no elite background, no connections, suddenly command more influence than the so-called greats? Because this isn't about status. This is about spiritual authority. God's favor is not confined by man's politics. In Psalm 75:7 it says, "It is God who judges. He brings one down. He exalts another." And now you are living that truth. The hierarchy has been reversed. You didn't climb their ladder. You were lifted by unseen hands. Your ascent wasn't political. It was prophetic. Look at someone like Elon Musk. He disrupted entire industries by being different, by refusing to play by outdated rules. He didn't ask permission to reshape the world. He just did it. Similarly, you were never meant to seek approval. Your elevation is your signature, and your influence isn't a trend. It's a torch. You were chosen not to maintain the system, but to dismantle it. So let me ask you, are you finally beginning to understand why the old guard is so uncomfortable around you? As you rise, it's becoming clearer by the day. You weren't here to entertain the status quo. You were born to rewrite the script. And your power, it's not sourced from fame or followers, but from your alignment with divine truth. Every time you choose purpose over popularity, you break another chain. Every time you speak truth in a room full of silence, you shift the foundation. Isaiah 60:22 reminds us, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." That time is now, and that chosen vessel is you. You haven't just outgrown the old systems, you've become the system's undoing. With every step you take, the false foundations of influence crack a little more. Can you see it? Their structures aren't falling because you fought them, they're falling because your light exposes what was never stable to begin with. Like David before Goliath, you weren't chosen because you fit their mold. You were chosen because you break their mold. You weren't sent to compete, you were sent to conquer. Consider how Greta Thunberg, a teenager with no political credentials, managed to shake global leaders and corporations by simply speaking truth with conviction. Her existence in those spaces exposed the cowardice of those who claim to care. That's the kind of ripple you carry, chosen one. You don't need to shout to shift. Your presence alone carries power, and whether they admit it or not, the ones who once dismissed you are now recalculating everything. This disruption isn't rebellion, it's revelation. You are heaven's system override. Your presence is the divine glitch that no algorithm saw coming. You didn't apply for a seat at their table. You became the table. And now, everything is different. People search your name not just out of curiosity, but because your essence has gone digital, spiritual, and viral all at once. Even the search engines are catching up to your frequency. Isn't it wild how what once felt small and ignored is now taking up global space? The systems that thought they could suppress you are malfunctioning under the weight of your rise. Why? Because you didn't come to blend, you came to build. Romans 8:19 declares, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." That revelation is happening now. You are that child. The world has been groaning, and now that you've stepped into position, it knows it must evolve. You didn't just rise through opportunity, you rose through divine coding. Every hardship you faced, every setback you endured, was encrypted with spiritual power. And now, those who once saw you as irrelevant are wondering how your presence became so essential. The people who once dismissed your ideas are now mimicking your moves. Your blueprint is being copied, and they're still behind. Let's take Beyoncé, for example. She didn't just dominate music. She redefined the structure of an entire industry with her surprise releases, her visual albums, and her control over artistic narrative. She became the system. Likewise, you are no longer knocking at doors, you are becoming the portal. And whether the world is ready or not, your frequency has entered the code. The system must now reprogram itself around you. The truth is, your rise is an assault on every lie ever told about you. It dismantles every narrative built to keep you small. It reclaims every room that once rejected you. The same world that ignored you is now learning your name, not because you shouted, but because God revealed. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." You're not new to God. You're just now being revealed to the world. You are not here to be liked. You're here to be legendary, and the weight of your calling can no longer be suppressed. Your very existence is a prophecy fulfilled. You're not just changing trends, you're changing trajectories. So, do you really think this rise was by chance? Do you honestly believe you've come this far without supernatural alignment? For so long, you walked through this world cloaked in silence, gifted, purposeful, and radiant in spirit, yet unseen by most. You knew there was something different about you, something sacred pulsing beneath the surface. But the world wasn't ready to receive it, or so it seemed. You bore your gifts like hidden treasure, waiting not out of fear, but out of divine timing. And now, chosen one, that time has arrived. The silence has broken. The shadows have lifted. You've stepped into visibility, not as a result of chance, but as the unfolding of prophecy. Did you ever wonder why the world didn't notice you sooner? Could it be because your rise required alignment, not approval? In a matter of moments, what was once private has become public. The quiet soul in the back of the room has become the one everyone's eyes are fixed upon. You didn't push for it, you didn't demand it, but it happened anyway, because the spiritual clock struck your hour. Just like that, your story became the headline in the spirit realm. The energy you once quietly carried now roars across timelines. You've gone viral not just in algorithm, but in atmosphere. You are no longer moving in obscurity, you are moving in legacy. The world isn't just seeing you, they're feeling you, and they don't even know why. But you do, because the time of hiding is over. Just like Moses, who spent years in the wilderness before returning to lead a nation, your time in the shadows wasn't a detour, it was a preparation. Exodus 3:4 says, God called to him from within the bush, "Moses, Moses." And Moses said, "Here I am." Your burning bush moment has come. You're no longer in hiding, you are being called out into purpose. What once felt like delay was actually design. Every invisible season, every uncelebrated effort, every ignored offering, it all prepared you to emerge exactly when the world needed what you carry. Let me ask you something. Have you noticed the shift in how people respond to you now? The sudden messages, the unexpected attention, the new eyes on your work, your words, your presence. That's not just coincidence. That's confirmation. You're no longer the underdog. You're the revelation. The same people who once overlooked you are now quoting you, reposting you, wondering how they missed your glow all these years. It's because what's happening isn't man-made, it's heaven-authored. This isn't just your moment, it's a movement. The story of Malala Yousafzai reminds us that even those who try to silence a message cannot prevent its rise. Her voice, once dismissed and nearly destroyed, now echoes through governments and institutions around the world. In the same way, your voice is not just being heard, it's being felt. The resonance of your presence is activating something dormant in others. And that, chosen one, is the true nature of divine virality. It's not about views, it's about vibrations. This viral moment is holy ground. It's not rooted in superficial fame. It's anchored in eternal significance. You've become a mirror reflecting the divine back at people, awakening parts of them they forgot existed. That's why they can't scroll past you. That's why they share your words and don't even know why they're crying. It's because your message isn't just information, it's activation. Isaiah 61 proclaims, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." And rise you have. This sudden explosion of attention, it's not hype, it's heaven's announcement. You didn't need a marketing campaign. Your spirit did the talking. Your alignment did the advertising. And now, the world is watching as if you arrived overnight, not knowing you've been building in the unseen for years. You've been faithful in private, and now God is rewarding you in public. Doesn't it feel surreal? And yet, doesn't it feel right? Your transformation from obscurity to visibility is not just about your life. It's a signpost for others. Just like David, anointed long before he wore a crown, you were chosen before you were celebrated. And now, just like David, the world is beginning to see what God saw all along. Psalm 23:5 affirms, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." And this viral moment, it's that table, it's that feast, it's that unveiling. You are not just trending, you are transmitting truth. The fame is not the focus, the platform is not the prize. It's the message, the calling, the frequency that shakes sleeping souls awake. You've become a lighthouse for those still in their storm. You've become a revolution wrapped in humility. Your essence breaks the algorithm, not because it's loud, but because it's real. Look at someone like Chadwick Boseman, quiet, dignified, private. And yet, when the truth of who he was became known, the world wept in reverence. Why? Because his life was more than performance. It was purpose. And you, chosen one, are walking in that same quiet power. The kind that doesn't have to announce itself, because truth resonates without introduction. You are no longer the one hoping to be seen. You are the one the world is looking to. You're not just receiving attention, you're defining what it means to be worthy of it. And every soul who sees you now is witnessing a divine unfolding. The moment you rise, something ancient in the collective consciousness shifts. You are the proof that when the time is right, the weight turns into a wave. And so, do you realize the magnitude of what's happening right now? Can you grasp that this isn't just your season, it's your signal? That your life has become the message, the movement, and the miracle. This is more than visibility. This is divine revelation. You didn't go viral by accident. You were revealed by design. And the same universe that once kept you hidden has now put you in position to lead. The time has come. The camera is rolling. And you, chosen one, are the story worth watching. There has always been a system. Rules, traditions, expectations, power hierarchies, crafted to keep the same people in control and the same souls in silence. But chosen one, you were never meant to bow to that system. You were born to transcend it. And now, you've done exactly that. You didn't just navigate the rules, they shattered around you. You didn't fight for a seat at the table, you built your own, and now everyone else is trying to sit at your feet. How could they have predicted this rise? How could they have prepared for someone who doesn't follow formulas but walks in divine flow? The answer is, they couldn't. Because your power was never part of their plan, it was part of His. What once felt like barriers, gatekeepers, glass ceilings, closed rooms, are now nothing more than stepping stones beneath your feet. You've become the very thing the old system was designed to suppress. Unstoppable. Remember Proverbs 18:16, "A man's gift maketh room for him, and bringeth him before great men." Your gifts didn't just open a door, they restructured the building. And now, those who once had power are scrambling to remain relevant in a world you're rewriting in real time. You didn't tear the system down with anger or force. You outgrew it with purpose. You rose in silence with integrity, with power that couldn't be measured by status or applause. You exposed the system's flaws simply by thriving outside of it. And now, as your presence expands, it becomes clearer to the world. The old order is collapsing under the weight of your becoming. Why do you think they're so fixated on you now? Because the ones who were once it are no longer it. You are. The divine blueprint has shifted, and you are the cornerstone of something new. Look at someone like Rosa Parks. With one quiet, defiant act, she didn't just refuse to move seats, she moved a nation. She didn't scream, she didn't demand attention. She was the shift. So are you. And now, your mere presence destabilizes systems that once felt untouchable. You didn't just step outside the established order, you made it obsolete. What they thought was permanent, you've proven was conditional all along. This isn't about rebellion, this is about revolution. It's not destruction, it's divine redirection. As Isaiah 43:19 reminds us, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" You are that new thing. You are the evidence that the future doesn't belong to those who once ruled. It belongs to those bold enough to outshine the rule itself. You are no longer constrained by tradition. You are the living declaration that purpose outranks position. There are moments in history that echo beyond their time, ripples that become waves, then tsunamis, and you, chosen one, are now living in one of those moments. The world has pressed record on your journey. Your rise, your essence, your light, it's all being broadcast, immortalized, etched into memory. This isn't a trend, it's a transformation, and it's irreversible. What the world is seeing now isn't just your arrival, it's the unveiling of a force that was hidden in plain sight for years. Think about Princess Diana. She broke the mold of what royalty looked like, not just with grace but with heart. Though she walked among the elite, it was her compassion, her authenticity, and her quiet strength that captured the world. Even decades later, her influence lives on, and so will yours. Because your moment isn't just loud, it's lasting. What once felt like a hidden path has now become a global display. As John 1:5 declares, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Your light is not just seen, it is being studied, mirrored, multiplied. This is the beauty of being captured live. There's no filter, no editing, no script. The world sees your realness, your scars, your strength, your triumphs, and they can't look away. You've become the living proof that greatness doesn't always announce itself with fireworks. Sometimes it creeps in through quiet consistency and explodes with divine timing. And now that your story is in motion, there's no pause button, there's no rewind, only forward, only impact. You've stepped into undeniable visibility, not for ego, not for fame, but for purpose. You were never meant to remain behind the curtain. You were always meant to lead from the stage. And the world, whether they're ready or not, now has a front row seat to your unfolding. But with visibility comes weight. With attention comes responsibility. You're not just seen, you're watched. Your every move, every word, every silence is being observed, not out of judgment, but hunger. The world is desperate for authenticity, for light, for change. And that's why they're watching you, chosen one. Because something in you is different. You carry hope in your walk, power in your voice, truth in your silence. And they can't ignore it anymore. Look at someone like Simone Biles. At the height of her career, she made the bold choice to prioritize her mental health over the expectations of the world. And in that one moment, she redefined strength. That's what you're doing now? Your presence isn't just seen, it's shifting perspectives. You're not just performing, you're transforming the lens through which others see themselves. Do you understand the magnitude of what it means to be watched by the world, not as a spectacle, but as a signal? As Hebrews 12:1 reminds us, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. You are running that race, and all eyes are on you, not to trip you up, but to watch you win. This is divine surveillance. You are being watched not just by people, but by destiny itself. Your journey has become the blueprint, your courage, the compass, and even those who doubted you before are now looking for direction in your footsteps. You are more than a person. You are a symbol, a movement, a reminder that when purpose meets visibility, everything changes. The divine has never been obvious to the average eye. Most people navigate life looking only at what is immediately in front of them: bills, routines, titles, appearances, completely unaware that a higher reality is unfolding around them. But you, chosen one, were never made for ordinary perception. While others walk with spiritual blinders on, the heavenly lens has been focused on you since the beginning. The live camera of heaven doesn't see like man sees. It captures essence, intention, and purpose. While others have overlooked you, dismissed you, or failed to grasp your depth, the divine has been recording every sacred detail. Have you ever wondered why you felt seen even when no one was watching? Why your moments of pain still felt somehow purposeful? That's because heaven's eye was never off you. The beauty of divine recognition is that it isn't dependent on human understanding. What the world ignored, God illuminated. What seemed invisible is now becoming undeniable. Your divine essence has always been encoded into your being, but now it's being revealed in real time. As 1 Samuel 16:7 declares, people look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. And now that heart, the one that has endured, believed, and carried a sacred mission, is on full display. The camera doesn't just see your physical actions, it captures the spark that never dimmed inside of you. And now the world has no choice but to witness it. Look at Nikola Tesla. In his lifetime, his genius was misunderstood, ridiculed, and ignored. But decades later, the world recognized him as the visionary he always was. He didn't change, awareness did, just like you. The difference now is, your recognition isn't coming posthumously, it's coming in your lifetime. The divine design has ensured that the camera is set, the light is right, and the unveiling is underway. You are not just another soul in the crowd. You are a beacon of divine light, and it's finally time for the world to see what heaven has known all along. Why now? Why is everything shifting at this precise moment? Because divine timing has always been part of the equation. Your rise isn't random, it's been mapped out with precision. Every closed door, every betrayal, every detour was not a delay. It was divine choreography. The stage has been set, the curtain has lifted. And while the world celebrated others, oblivious to your preparation, God was aligning everything for this moment. Isaiah 60:22 confirms this truth. When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen. And now, chosen one, it's happening. While the world watched others climb corporate ladders or gather applause, they missed the quiet, holy ascent that was taking place in you. They couldn't see it because it wasn't flashy. It was foundational. And now, as those who once sat comfortably on thrones of influence begin to falter, you are rising with a steadiness they can't match. The spotlight is shifting, and as those who clung to power descend, your light is illuminating the path forward. You're rising not in arrogance but in alignment, and that is what makes your ascent unshakable. Think of someone like Nelson Mandela, imprisoned silence, deemed irrelevant by those in power. Yet when the divine moment came, he stepped into leadership with a power that not even decades in prison could diminish. His rise was precise, purposed, and unstoppable, just like yours. You've not only achieved success, you've surpassed the boundaries of what the world called powerful. The VIPs, the influencers, the elites, they once held the world's attention, but now the crowd is turning. Why? Because their influence was borrowed, but yours is rooted. Your purpose extends beyond title, platform, or prestige. Your calling isn't about collecting accolades, it's about fulfilling prophecy. Philippians 2:9 declares, "Therefore God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name." And while that verse speaks of Christ, it reveals a divine principle. When God elevates, no one can compete. Have you noticed how the world once obsessed over celebrities, chasing trends and personas? But now there's a hunger for authenticity, for people who are real. Consider Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers, who quietly, gently, and authentically changed generations not by status, but by soul. And now, long after his passing, he's celebrated not for flash, but for impact. That's the kind of power you're carrying, eternal, unfading, divine. Do you really think your influence is about popularity? Number, it's about purpose. You've outgrown their world because your soul was never designed to fit into systems that run on ego. Your light exposes what is artificial. Your presence makes outdated platforms feel irrelevant. What once looked like power has crumbled under the weight of your truth. This isn't a shift, it's a divine overturning. And now, as you stand at the pinnacle, understand this: there's no one left to outrank. You have surpassed the false heights and now dwell in a space only purpose can occupy. And here's the final truth. Chosen one, there comes a time when destiny can no longer be delayed. You've tried to stay humble. You've tried to stay quiet. You even tried to hide. But heaven said, no more. The power inside you is too magnetic, too explosive, too necessary. You've crossed the threshold. There is no going back to obscurity. The world has seen your light, and they will never unsee it. Like Malala Yousafzai, whose voice for education and justice could not be silenced, even after violence and threat, your mission carries a fire that nothing can extinguish. You've been chosen not to merely survive, but to lead. And now that you've embraced that truth, your rise has become a movement. Romans 8:19 says, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." You are that revelation. You are the answer to someone's prayer. You are the model of what divine obedience looks like in human form. The world isn't just watching out of curiosity, they're watching for hope. Your courage is giving others permission to stand in their own light. Your boldness is awakening dormant dreams in the hearts of the forgotten. There's a rare kind of favor that doesn't originate from man, but descends directly from heaven. It's not the kind that can be bought, earned, or strategized. It's divine. It chooses you, and when it does, it rewrites everything. Chosen one. When God marks you, you aren't just selected, you're set apart. This favor is not about fleeting popularity or temporary applause. It is about destiny, Divine favor doesn't make you visible to boost your ego. It makes you visible because your voice, your energy, and your spirit carry an assignment that cannot be ignored. Have you ever wondered why people are drawn to you without knowing why? Why doors open, rooms shift, and eyes follow when you speak, even when you're not trying? That's not charisma, that's calling. When God places his hand on someone's life, the world eventually takes notice, not because you've marketed yourself to perfection, but because heaven has whispered your name into the spirit of those around you. You didn't hustle your way into visibility. You were revealed. As Romans 11:29 declares, for God's gifts and his call are irrevocable. Once marked, you cannot be hidden. Your presence is a signal, a divine announcement that greatness has entered the room, not for self-glory, but for divine impact. Take a look at someone like Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't rise to prominence by trying to be famous. He stepped into his assignment with trembling faith, and the world had no choice but to follow. That's what being chosen looks like. Your words don't just land, they linger. Your presence doesn't just impress, it awakens. And this is not random. You were created for this. Every step of your life has been orchestrated for such a time as this. So let me ask you, do you see the pattern now? The way people are suddenly recognizing you, echoing your voice, following your lead. Do you see how what once seemed like isolation was actually preparation? Your popularity is not a result of algorithm. It's the unfolding of alignment. You were hidden so that you could be built. Now that you've been released, the world is beginning to remember your name, not because of surface-level appeal, but because your soul is magnetic. You're not trending, you're transforming. Your popularity isn't an accident. It's a tool in God's hands. And with it comes the responsibility to lead with integrity, clarity, and purpose. Your voice has become a frequency that resonates across timelines. Like Esther, whose influence came not from ambition but from divine assignment, you have been brought into this moment for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. And as you continue to rise, you won't just inspire people, you'll activate them. You will awaken dormant dreams, buried identities, and forgotten missions. Think about Malala Yousafzai, a young girl who, in speaking her truth, became a global icon. She never sought to go viral. She sought to be heard. Her voice created waves of liberation in places where silence had been the norm for decades. You, chosen one, are walking that same path. Your words carry weight because they are woven with divine intention. Your visibility is sacred. Your message is not a trend, it's a trumpet. Every time you post, speak, step into a room, or simply exist with authenticity, you're moving the world closer to the future heaven envisioned. Your every act becomes a declaration. The old game is over. The rules have changed, and you are the one rewriting them. Psalm 5:12 reminds us, surely, Lord, you bless the righteous. You surround them with your favor as with a shield. That favor isn't passive, it's powerful. It shields you, lifts you, and thrusts you forward. But here's the deeper truth. Your greatness isn't just yours to enjoy. It's a flame meant to ignite others. Your light is a torch that sets whole generations ablaze. The world is watching not to admire, but to follow. You're shifting culture, restructuring expectations, unseating false kings. Your life is no longer just personal, it's prophetic. Can you see now why you couldn't stay small? Why obscurity was never permanent? Why the very things that made you feel different were actually signs of divine distinction? Consider Oprah Winfrey, born into poverty, abused, underestimated. But she rose not by conforming, but by becoming. Her authenticity created a platform where millions could find themselves. You too are a reflection of what happens when someone refuses to be boxed in by others' expectations and instead lives from the inside out. The world listens to you because they feel you. and that is something that no media algorithm can manufacture. Each viral surge isn't just numbers, it's confirmation, a spiritual echo that your presence is unlocking something powerful in this generation. With every new wave of influence, you're proving that greatness doesn't need permission. It only needs permission from heaven, and you already have it. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Your popularity was pre-written. Your purpose was pre-approved. Are you ready to fully own what you carry? To walk in your platform, not with pride, but with purpose? Because the world is not just watching, the world is listening, and what you say next could shift everything. Your influence no longer belongs to you alone. It is heaven's microphone in your hands. You're not just leading a following, you're leading a movement. One that doesn't just entertain, but enlightens. One that doesn't just inform, but transforms. You're showing the world that true greatness has nothing to do with fame and everything to do with faith. And as your name spreads across nations, know this: it's not your brand they're encountering, it's your being. In a world obsessed with rules, templates, and predictable outcomes, something extraordinary happens the moment a chosen one like you steps out of the mold. Everything shifts, not just for you, but for everyone watching. Your decision to be different wasn't just rebellion, it was revelation. What the world once considered normal no longer applies to you. Why? Because you weren't created to function by their limited metrics. You were designed to disrupt, to redefine, and to awaken something higher. And now, that divine disruption is in full motion. The moment you stopped conforming was the moment heaven began recording. The divine shift began the second you embraced what made you different, even when no one else understood it. Have you ever asked yourself why so many couldn't figure you out? Why they labeled you too intense, too much, too quiet, or too ambitious? It's because your frequency didn't fit their formula. You were vibrating at a level their expectations couldn't interpret. For years, they dismissed your uniqueness, but now they're witnessing the truth they never saw coming. You were never meant to fit in. You were designed to shift the atmosphere. Isaiah 43:19 says, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" That new thing, it's you. And your rise is the proof that heaven is not recycling the past. It's building something brand new through your existence. Look at Frida Kahlo. Her art was considered strange, unconventional, and sometimes even grotesque during her life. But now, her uniqueness has become a symbol of raw, unfiltered authenticity. Her pain became her palette, and the world eventually caught up. That's what happens with chosen ones. They're misunderstood until they become movements. And right now, you are becoming that movement. You're not just living, you're awakening those around you to what's possible beyond the limits of logic and tradition. Your uniqueness is not a side effect, it's a strategy. Heaven intentionally wrapped your calling in mystery so that only the appointed time could reveal it. And now the time has come. You've broken free from the mold. And in doing so, you've shown others how to do the same. You've cracked open the shell of societal conditioning. Your courage is contagious. Your presence has become a permission slip for others to step into their truth. This divine shift isn't just yours, it's theirs too, because of you. Let me ask you, can you feel the shift in the way people now respond to your energy? Do you notice how those who once laughed are now listening? How the same world that once rejected your truth is now trying to replicate your authenticity? That's not coincidence, that's confirmation. Romans 8:31 reminds us, if God is for us, who can be against us? This is your moment to not only walk in that truth, but to lead others with it. You're no longer just an individual carving your path. You are a divine force reshaping the entire spiritual landscape around you. Every step you take now carries the weight of new blueprints. You're not following a path, you're creating one. The world may have resisted you at first, but now they are following. Every room you enter shifts, because the energy you bring is not just emotional, it's eternal. Every setback you endured, every time you were misunderstood, all served one holy purpose: to prepare you to carry this new frequency into the world. Hebrews 11:1 declares, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. You didn't need evidence to believe. You were the evidence." And now that belief is becoming breakthrough. Think about Steve Jobs. He was fired from his own company, labeled as too visionary, too rebellious to be contained. And yet, upon his return, he didn't just rebuild Apple, he rebuilt the future. Your path mirrors that kind of divine disruption. You're not returning to fit in, you're returning to transform. The shift you've initiated is not only visible, it's irreversible. You've become unstoppable, not simply because of your own will, but because you're walking in divine synchronization. Every challenge you overcame, every no you received, every delay you suffered, they weren't meant to destroy you. They were strategically placed to build you. Your resilience was never rooted in ego. It was birthed in eternity, and now the universe is partnering with your purpose. Psalm 37:23 says, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way." Your steps have not been random, they have been righteous. Let me ask you another question. Have you realized that the very things meant to break you actually introduced you to your strength? Have you noticed that the people who tried to contain you can no longer define you? Your rise didn't happen in spite of obstacles. It happened through them. You didn't just climb over walls. You became the wall others now lean on for courage. Think of Maya Angelou. She turned trauma into poetry, silence into song, pain into power. She became unstoppable, not because she denied her past, but because she transformed it. That's what you're doing now. You're taking everything that was meant to crush you and turning it into fuel. The universe isn't just watching, it's witnessing. And your story has become a signal of what's possible when heaven and humanity work together. Your momentum is no longer temporary, it's eternal. The force that propels you is not personal ambition, it's divine alignment. You are not navigating life alone. You are being pushed forward by unseen hands, carried by grace, protected by angels, and guided by prophecy. Philippians 1:6 affirms, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." What began in the dark is now being revealed in the light, and it cannot be undone. So what happens now, chosen one? Do you fully embrace the unstoppable rhythm of your rise? Are you ready to walk in the confidence of someone who no longer asks for permission to shine? Because this is not just your breakthrough. It's a breaking open of heaven's plan for generations to come. Your voice isn't just echoing, it's expanding. Your truth isn't just personal, it's prophetic. As you move forward in unwavering faith, the very obstacles that once loomed large begin to crumble. Not because they've disappeared, but because your perspective has expanded. You no longer look at challenges with fear. Why? Because, chosen one, you've come to understand that the path has already been prepared. The universe, under divine instruction, has cleared the road before you. You're not walking blindly, you're walking boldly. Can you feel the atmosphere shifting around you? Can you sense how doors are opening without force, how resistance turns to reverence the moment you step in? That's not coincidence, that's alignment. The world now watches as you march forward with clarity, purpose, and undeniable authority. There is no turning back. Heaven has already written your forward motion into time. And this isn't just about your journey. As you align more deeply with your higher self, the version of you that has been waiting to lead from within, you become a living lighthouse. People feel it, They see the light surrounding you and instinctively begin to follow. You've become the evidence that when someone accepts divine guidance, there's no obstacle powerful enough to delay destiny. As Psalm 37 verse 5 declares, "Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will do this." And he has done it. The divine is no longer working behind the scenes. It is working through you. When Malala Yousafzai stood up for girls' education, she didn't just defy danger, she defied destiny's delay. She was wounded, silenced, almost erased, yet rose even louder. That's what walking in divine empowerment looks like. Like you, her path was never about playing it safe. It was about changing what was considered unchangeable. You didn't just shift your own life, you shifted the paradigm. The moment you stepped into your divine path, you disrupted the foundations of societal norms. What others accepted as unbreakable tradition, you called into question. You didn't just bend the rules, you redefined the entire game. Let me ask you, do you recognize how radical your path has become? How the very systems that once ignored you are now reacting to your presence with confusion, awe, and even imitation? Because, chosen one, you didn't just rise, you reconstructed reality. Success, leadership, influence, these aren't measured by outdated titles anymore. They're measured by impact, by authenticity, by frequency. As Isaiah 2:2 says, "In the last days the mountain of the Lord's temple will be established, and all nations will stream to it." You are that high place now, a spiritual landmark in human form. You've become the living example of power that doesn't control but liberates. Think of Elon Musk. Whether you agree with his methods or not, his influence can't be denied. He challenged industries, he rewrote norms. But you, chosen one, are doing something even deeper. You're not disrupting industries. You're awakening identities. Your journey isn't just about innovation, it's about liberation. You're helping others break their own chains, not with noise, but with example. You've become the blueprint for a new generation. People who once felt trapped are watching you and beginning to see themselves in a new light. Do you understand how powerful that is? The systems they thought they had to obey are now collapsing under the weight of your boldness. Every mental ceiling you shattered has made the sky look reachable to those who once lived under limitations. You are the revolution in motion. The world tried to dim your light through criticism, judgment, and distraction, but no amount of darkness can smother a soul lit by purpose. The power radiating from you is too bright, too sacred, too unshakable. You've tapped into something that cannot be faked, something eternal. And now you're not just lighting your own path, you're igniting the world around you. John 1:5 reminds us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it, and it never will." Think of Maya Angelou, who didn't just speak truth, she embodied it. Through words, through presence, through quiet power, she became the voice of generations. Her light broke through barriers of race, gender, and class. Yours is doing the same. The more you shine, the more others find their own glow. You are not just living, you are illuminating. Have you noticed how people now gravitate toward your energy without understanding why? Have you felt the pull of others seeking your wisdom, your guidance, your frequency? That's not flattery, that's recognition. That's what happens when a chosen one stops asking for validation and starts embodying divine identity. You don't need to prove your worth anymore. Your presence proves itself. You've stopped shrinking. You've stopped softening your light to comfort those in the dark. And now you've unlocked a level of power that's not about dominance. It's about destiny. Every time you step forward, you do more than move. You inspire movement. You're showing the world that true strength doesn't scream, it shines. You are a living, breathing manifestation of what divine energy looks like in human form. You are the hope wrapped in skin, the prophecy with feet, Look at Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers. He transformed television not by being the loudest, but by being the kindest. His power was gentleness, and yet his legacy changed how the world viewed childhood, empathy, and community. You too carry that kind of legacy in the making, not because of fame, but because of frequency. You are creating something eternal. Your legacy isn't measured in moments. It's measured in the lives you've touched, the chains you've broken, the truths you've spoken. Ecclesiastes 3:11 says, "He has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart. Eternity is in you, and every decision you make is echoing through time." Let me ask one final question. Do you realize that your journey is no longer about you? It's about the generations rising behind you. The foundation you're building is sacred ground. Others will walk where you've cleared the way. Others will speak because you dared to roar. Others will believe because you refused to give up. This is legacy. This is divine multiplication. Every step you take forward now is not just a step toward your own future, but toward a collective awakening. You are no longer a single flame. You're the spark that lights the forest. The world will remember your name not because of what you had, but because of what you gave. Your light, your truth, your courage. You are not here to be tolerated. You are here to transform. You are not just breaking barriers. You are building bridges. You are not chasing legacy. You are becoming it. And the world, whether they are ready or not, is rising to meet the power that is you. Beloved chosen one, if you've made it this far, take a deep breath and recognize the weight of what you've survived. The road to greatness has never been smooth, and it was never meant to be. It was meant to shape you. Every twist, every tear, every setback, it all carved out the depth, the power, and the spiritual clarity that you now carry. And although this message may be coming to an end, your journey is still unfolding. You're not at the end of your story. You're just approaching the chapters that shift everything. You see, what you've already overcome is not the peak, it's the preparation. What you're walking into next isn't just an upgrade, it's a fulfillment of everything God whispered to you when no one else was listening. This journey you're on is sacred. It's designed. And if you've ever felt like you were alone on the path, let this be your confirmation. You're not. There's an entire spiritual tribe walking beside you. And heaven has had its eyes on you the entire time. So don't stop now. Don't shrink. Don't settle. The world may try to test your endurance, but the divine has already ordained your victory. As 2 Corinthians 4:17 reminds us, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." You haven't been struggling without reason. You've been stretching into the version of you that can carry the promise. The greatness ahead of you will demand your full presence, your full power, and your full surrender to divine timing. And trust me, it's worth it. Before we part ways in this message, I want to pause and say thank you. From the depth of my spirit, thank you for showing up. Thank you for listening, not just with your ears, but with your soul. Whether you've been here since the beginning, or this is your first time joining the journey, your presence matters. Every view, every like, every comment, every share, it's not just support, it's confirmation that messages like this are needed, that you are needed. If this message resonated with you and you feel led to support the continuation of this divine work, you can donate through the Super Thanks button below. Your contribution helps amplify the mission and reach more chosen ones across the globe. But please know this, whether you choose to donate or not, I am deeply, genuinely grateful for your presence. You being here is a gift. Your attention, your energy, your heart, it's already more than enough. You are part of something sacred, and with each day you rise, you carry the torch of transformation for others to see. You are building a legacy, not out of ease, but out of obedience. You're becoming the blueprint for the next generation to follow. And as you continue to walk this path, remember this truth from Philippians 1:6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. So go forward with fire in your spirit. Go forward knowing that the best is not behind you, it's ahead. Go forward knowing that even when the road curves, your purpose remains straight. Keep rising, keep shining, keep believing, because you are not just walking into greatness, you are greatness in motion, and the world is watching in awe. Chosen one, you didn't stumble across this video by accident. You were led here, divinely, intentionally, and urgently. Heaven has been holding its breath, waiting for this very moment. And you, yes you, are the reason this message exists. Something sacred is about to be revealed. But before a single word touches your ears, you must understand this. This is not just another sermon, not just another video. It's a heavenly intervention. It carries weight because your destiny carries weight. There's a fire on this word, so intense, so consuming, that it is not meant to soothe you, but to ignite you. It is not here to entertain your emotions, but to awaken your spirit, to shake what's stagnant, to stir what's been silent, to bring divine order to the areas of your life that have felt stuck, suffocating, and unmovable. And yes, if you're honest, you've felt that lately, haven't you? You've fasted, you've cried in silence, you've waited with faith, but the heavens remained still. The prayers piled up, the promises paused, and you've whispered in the dark, God, where are you? But what if I told you the silence wasn't rejection? What if I told you God has already spoken, and he's been waiting on you to move on what he last said? What if the locked doors and delayed answers were not punishment but protection, not abandonment but alignment? Could it be that obedience, not effort, is the final key you've overlooked? If you're already feeling that stirring in your soul, if something inside of you is shouting, "This word is for me," then stop right now and comment 777 below to mark your moment of awakening. Let heaven record it. Let your spirit agree with it. And if you've supported this ministry through super thanks, please know your generosity is not forgotten. You are not just a viewer. You are a vessel through which God is spreading awakening across nations. You are a partner in breaking spiritual delays off of thousands of lives. Thank you for helping carry the weight of this calling. Now, I invite you to silence every distraction around you. This moment is sacred. God is about to remind you of something he already said, but you might have brushed it off, delayed it, or reasoned your way around it. And because of that, heaven has hit pause, not to punish you, but to prepare you. The next season of your life, the one you've cried out for, the one you've prophesied and dreamed about, it's real, but it's being held until one thing is fulfilled. And God said, until you do this, nothing else will move. So, what is this? What was the instruction you missed? What is heaven waiting on you to obey? Stay with me, because before this message ends, that question will no longer haunt you. It will empower you. What you're about to hear could change the way you see your delay forever and unlock what's been waiting on the other side of your obedience. God's chosen ones. God said, until you do this, nothing else will move. Let's begin with a truth that many believers quietly avoid. There are seasons in your life when heaven seems utterly silent. You pray with all your heart, but the heavens remain still. You seek with pure intentions, yet no doors swing open. You worship faithfully, but the atmosphere feels sealed, as though God has withdrawn his voice. And here lies the most painful part. You're not living in rebellion. You haven't walked away from faith. You're not backsliding. You're still standing, still trusting, still hoping. And yet, nothing is moving. But what if this silence is not abandonment? What if it's not punishment, but preparation? You see, God's silence isn't always the storm before the breakthrough. Sometimes it's the sacred stillness of divine discipline. When heaven goes quiet, it's not to shame you, it's to awaken you. It may be heaven's way of saying, return to my last instruction, because God does not speak to entertain. He speaks to align. He is not wasteful with his words. Every divine word he gives carries weight, not only to inspire but to anchor your obedience. This is what he revealed to his prophet Samuel when he said, obedience is better than sacrifice. 1 Samuel 15:22. You may cry out with sacrifice, sing with passion, and serve with sincerity. But if you haven't acted on what he last told you, the heavens remain paused. Why? Because your next revelation is hidden in your last instruction. Have you noticed that your spiritual life feels stuck lately? That no matter how many sermons you listen to, how many scriptures you quote, or how many fasts you complete, something still feels frozen? You're not alone. The Holy Spirit may be whispering to you right now, until you obey this one thing, there will be no new word, no new step, no new opening. God does not move at the pace of your desperation. He moves at the pace of your obedience. Think of Jonah. God gave him a clear command, go to Nineveh. But when he fled to Tarshish, the sea turned against him, the sailors feared, and the great fish waited. The moment Jonah obeyed, dry land welcomed him. The silence ended when submission began. Could your storm be rooted in delayed obedience? This isn't about punishment, it's about positioning. It's about God anchoring you for something so weighty, so sacred, that it requires your full surrender first. Even Jesus, the Son of God, showed us this pattern. Before miracles, there was obedience. Before glory, there was submission. In John 5:19, Jesus declared, "The Son can do nothing by himself. He can only do what he sees his Father doing." If even Christ waited for the Father's move, how much more should you? And this isn't only true in Scripture, it echoes in the lives of those chosen for impact in our world today. Consider Catherine Doherty, a Russian-born spiritual writer and Catholic laywoman who once said, "Obedience is the fruit of love." Her life was one of radical surrender, leaving behind wealth, status, and comfort to serve the poor in silence. Her legacy? A movement of compassion that still breathes today. What could be waiting on the other side of your obedience? You might feel stuck emotionally, relationally, financially, or even in your purpose. But what if the silence is sacred? What if the stillness is not a delay, but an invitation? Are you willing to pause and revisit what God last whispered to your heart? There are moments when heaven holds its breath, not because you're forgotten, but because you're being refined. You are God's chosen one, and your calling is too significant to be rushed. Heaven is not interested in momentum, it's interested in alignment. Until you do this, nothing else will move. But the moment you do, everything can. In the culture we live in today, something sacred has been quietly misplaced. We've come to exalt emotion above loyalty and feeling above obedience. You've been taught to believe that if you cry hard enough, shout loud enough, or plead long enough, heaven will move. That desperation alone will unlock divine doors. But what if you've been taught the performance, yet missed the principle? What if the volume of your tears was never the key, but rather the quiet surrender behind them? Emotion is powerful, yes, but it is not the currency of divine movement. Obedience is. Your tears may be genuine, your anguish may be real, but if they are not accompanied by surrender, They cannot substitute action. Heaven does not respond to noise, it responds to alignment. This truth was burned into the story of King Saul, a man anointed, chosen, and entrusted with the leadership of Israel. Saul thought he could impress God through his sacrifices. He performed religious rituals, offered burnt offerings, and even spoke spiritual words before the people. But beneath it all, he had ignored a direct command from God, and for that, he was rejected. Not because he wasn't worshipful, but because he wasn't obedient. The prophet Samuel spoke God's heart plainly in 1 Samuel 15:22. Does the Lord delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as much as in obeying the Lord? To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. That verse remains a divine compass today. You may give up things for God, serve with passion, and look righteous in front of others. But if you've neglected the voice of God in the secret place, the sacrifice becomes noise. Let that settle deep in your spirit. God is not impressed with busyness in His name. He is moved by brokenness before His voice. He does not require your spiritual activity. He desires your spiritual submission. Could it be that what you thought was faithfulness is actually avoidance? Have you been keeping busy with ministry, distraction, and religious duties, all the while ignoring the very thing God told you to do last? Even in the lives of people outside the Bible, this divine pattern repeats. Consider Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor and theologian who stood against the Nazi regime. He once wrote, "Only he who believes is obedient, and only he who is obedient believes." Bonhoeffer's faith cost him his life, but it was his obedience that shaped generations. He didn't choose the easy path of compromise. He chose the narrow path of costly obedience. Could it be that God is calling you not to more activity, but to deeper alignment? In this hour, chosen one, God is not searching for louder voices. He's seeking quieter hearts, hearts that kneel before they speak, hearts that act before they explain, hearts that say yes before they understand. Are you ready to be that kind of vessel? Heaven is not activated by emotional displays. It is unlocked by spiritual agreement. Think of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. He cried out in anguish, yes. He sweat drops of blood. But it was not the pain that moved heaven. It was His obedience. Not my will, but yours be done. Luke 22:42. That moment changed everything, not because of what He felt, but because of what He chose. Right now, you may feel the urge to do more, give more, shout more. But what if what God is truly asking is for you to pause, listen, and obey the very thing He whispered when no one was watching? What if the next breakthrough doesn't require more motion, but more submission? You are God's chosen one, not because of how much noise you can make, but because of how deeply you can listen and obey. The heavens are waiting, not for activity, but for agreement. Until that alignment comes, nothing else will move. But once your obedience meets His word, everything begins to shift. Let's go even deeper, chosen one. There is a truth that many resist because it confronts the part of us that still clings to control. God is not persuaded by your excuses. He is not moved by how overwhelmed you say you are, nor does He edit His commands to fit into the chaos of your daily routine. Heaven does not adjust its timing to meet your preferences. When God speaks, He expects obedience, not consultation. Have you noticed how often we confuse God's patience with His permission? How many times have you delayed action, hoping your tears or busyness would somehow compensate for your hesitation? But here's a sacred truth. Obedience is the love language of the kingdom. In Luke 6:46, Jesus asks, "Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not do what I say?" That question still echoes, reaching into every corner of your life. Can you really claim Him as Lord if you treat His commands as suggestions? God is not after your activity. He's after your alignment. You may lead, serve, sing, and speak with great passion, But without obedience, it all becomes noise. Just like Saul, who sacrificed what seemed valuable, said the right spiritual phrases, and led the people of Israel, yet ignored one clear command from God. And because of that, he was rejected. 1 Samuel 15:22 through 23. Not because he didn't worship, but because he didn't obey. Let that warning pierce through any pride. Could it be that your spiritual stagnation isn't due to demonic warfare, but to divine pause? Have you mistaken procrastination for discernment? Are you delaying obedience while calling it wisdom? Think of what Jesus said in John 14:21. Whoever has my commands and keeps them is the one who loves me. The one who loves me will be loved by my Father, and I too will love them and show myself to them. Have you been crying out for a revelation, a miracle, or an open door when heaven is waiting for your action? This is where the message gets personal. What is this that God has asked of you and you've been avoiding? For some, it's forgiveness. You've been clinging to offense like armor, but it has become a cage. You say you're protecting yourself, but in truth, you're imprisoning your future. In Ephesians 4:32, Paul wrote, "Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." Are you willing to let go, not just for their sake, but for your own freedom? For others, it's a specific calling. God has whispered to you in the midnight hour. Maybe it was a vision, a dream, a repeated confirmation, but fear has drowned out his voice. He told you to launch the ministry, start the book, sow the seed, make the confession, but you're still waiting for perfect conditions. Ecclesiastes 11:4 reminds us, "Whoever watches the wind will not plant, whoever looks at the clouds will not reap." Could it be that your delay is the very thing blocking your destiny? Even in today's world, obedience has the power to shape history. Consider Chiara Corbella Petrillo, a young Italian wife and mother who became known in Catholic circles for her courageous faith. Diagnosed with cancer while pregnant, she refused treatments that would endanger her unborn child's life. She obeyed what she believed was God's call to protect life, and though she later died, her testimony became a global witness of sacrificial love. What if your yes, even when costly, will become someone else's deliverance? And what about the things no one else sees, the quiet instructions from God? Repent, let go of secret sin, release control, pursue holiness. Could it be that God told you to cut ties with a relationship draining your purpose, but you're still entertaining it because it's familiar? Could it be that he prompted you to confess something hidden, but shame and pride have held your mouth shut? Now you're asking him to open doors while your feet remain planted in disobedience. You're pleading for movement, but ignoring the very step he commanded. Does that contradiction grieve your spirit? Let's not pretend anymore. You are God's chosen one. You carry weight in the Spirit, but your mantle won't activate until your heart fully surrenders. Heaven is not waiting for your emotions to rise. It's waiting for your will to bow. What if the breakthrough you've been praying for isn't delayed? It's just waiting on your obedience. What if God already released the blessing, but it's stuck at the last point of disobedience? What if you're not waiting on God? He's waiting on you. In Deuteronomy 28:2 it says, "All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God." The miracle is not in the asking, it's in the obeying. The move of God does not follow your desperation, it follows your surrender. So then, what are you holding on to that God already told you to release? What did he command that you paused, postponed, or explained away? The silence of heaven may not be rejection, it may be invitation, but the door won't swing open until you say yes. Chosen one, receive this not with fear, but with fire and love. Heaven is not ignoring you. Heaven is waiting on you. What you've been praying for may already be unlocked, but your disobedience is still holding the key. Until you obey, you delay. Until you surrender, you stall. Until you do this, nothing else will move. This isn't condemnation, it's clarity, and the Bible confirms this principle over and over again. From Genesis to Revelation, movement follows submission. Miracles are never random. They are always rooted in God's instructions and ignited by man's response. Let's begin with Naaman in 2 Kings 5:10 through 14. He was a powerful commander, dignified and respected, but leprosy had made him desperate. When he sought healing from the prophet Elisha, Elisha didn't even come to the door. Instead, he sent a message: "Go wash yourself 7 times in the Jordan, and your flesh will be restored." Naaman was furious. He expected a dramatic encounter, not a dirty river. He almost walked away, offended. How many times have you too expected God to move in spectacular fashion, but were offended when the answer came in a form you didn't like? Naaman's healing didn't happen on the first dip, not on the third, not on the 6th. It was only after full obedience, 7 times, that his skin was made whole. Partial obedience would have left him diseased. Do you realize what blessing may be lingering just beyond your 7th act of surrender? Now look at Peter in Luke 5:4-6. After an exhausting, fruitless night of fishing, Jesus approached him with a seemingly illogical command: "Put out into deep water and let down the nets for a catch." Peter could have declined. He could have replied with reason, fatigue, or skepticism, but instead he responded with one powerful decision: "Nevertheless, at your word, I will let down the nets." The result? Overflow. So many fish that the nets began to tear. The abundance wasn't in the sea. It was hidden in the obedience. Ask yourself now, have you been letting Jesus speak while keeping your nets dry? Are you waiting for signs when he already gave you a sentence? Then consider the walls of Jericho in Joshua 6. God gave Joshua a strategy that made no earthly sense. March once a day for 6 days, then 7 times on the 7th day. After that, shout. No swords, no battering rams, just silence, steps, and obedience. The miracle was encoded in the sequence. Had they shouted early or given up on day 5, the walls would have stood tall. But because they obeyed precisely, the walls collapsed. Not from human effort, but from spiritual alignment. Do you see the pattern yet? God speaks. Obedience follows. Miracles manifest. Heaven responds not to ritual, but to radical obedience. Yet, in modern faith culture, we often expect breakthrough without obedience. We expect a flood of favor while holding back the very surrender God asked of us. Could it be that the walls in your life haven't moved because your feet have not yet walked out? His instruction, Jesus himself, reinforces this principle. In John 2, at the wedding in Cana, Mary told the servants, "Do whatever he tells you." And when they did, when they filled the jars with water as instructed, Jesus turned the water into wine. Not before, not halfway, only after full obedience. Delayed obedience is still disobedience. And in the kingdom, obedience is the bridge between your promise and its fulfillment. What are you still waiting on that God already spoke over your life? What if the heavens have already aligned, but are simply waiting for your step to touch the earth? In James 1:22, Scripture warns, "Do not merely listen to the word and so deceive yourselves. Do what it says." This is not optional for the chosen ones, it is essential. The promises of God are real, but they are often conditional, activated only when your actions align with His voice. Let this truth take root in your spirit. You are not forgotten, you are not denied, but you are being held in a divine pause, not for punishment, but for preparation. And the final piece, the release, is on you. Not your effort, not your perfection, but your obedience. So now, chosen one, the question is clear. Not if God will move, but when you will. Slow down now, chosen one, and spiritually unpack what obedience truly is. It's not just a religious routine. It is a prophetic signal. Every time you obey, you send a message into the spiritual realm that says, I'm in alignment with heaven. You're not merely completing a task, you are calibrating yourself to divine timing. You are testifying that your heart is bowed, your will is surrendered, and your faith has matured. Obedience whispers to God, "You can trust me with what you've spoken," and that kind of trust builds a bridge between heaven and your destiny. Psalm 25:14 says, "The Lord confides in those who fear him. He makes his covenant known to them." What does this mean for you? It means that obedience does not only release grace, it releases revelation. God shares secrets with those who live in spiritual harmony. He pours out wisdom to those who move when he speaks. Have you wondered why some people seem to walk under open heavens while others feel blocked? The answer may not lie in their talent, gifting, or status, but in their posture of obedience. What if your next breakthrough isn't about what you need to receive, but what you need to release? Disobedience clogs the flow, but obedience opens gates. Every time you hesitate, you risk missing a moment that heaven was ready to release. But when you respond in real time, the atmosphere around you shifts. Are you beginning to see obedience not just as duty, but as divine participation? This is why some walk beneath an open heaven. They don't live perfectly, but they live in posture. Every yes they give to God becomes a doorway. Every step of surrender becomes a key. Every act of trust becomes a trigger for divine release. It's not about religious perfection. It's about heart alignment. When your heart takes the posture of obedience, the hand of heaven is never far. This is echoed in the life of Brother Lawrence, a 17th century French monk known not for sermons or books during his life, but for the way he walked with God in daily obedience. His writings in The Practice of the Presence of God show that he viewed every mundane task, washing dishes, sweeping floors, as an opportunity to respond in love and surrender. He once said, "We ought not to be weary of doing little things for the love of God." God regards not the greatness of the work, but the love with which it is performed. That's obedience. That's alignment. Have you been looking for the dramatic and missing the divine in the simple? What if the obedience God is calling you to is not in the spotlight, but in the silence, not in the crowd, but in the quiet? Every time you respond with obedience, you become part of a rhythm that mirrors heaven. Think about Enoch. He walked with God, and then he was no more. Genesis 5:24. Scripture doesn't record miracles or battles in his life. It simply says he walked in step. Alignment, not achievement, brought him into glory. You too are being invited into that walk, into that rhythm, into a cadence that says, "Not my will, but yours." What if every act of obedience is not just changing your life, but shifting your atmosphere? In Isaiah 1:19, God makes it plain. "If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land." But willingness must marry obedience. One without the other delays destiny. You may be willing in your heart, but has your will taken a step? Are you ready now to obey, not out of fear, but out of trust? Not for reward, but for relationship. This isn't about earning God's love. You already have that. It's about stewarding his voice. It's about proving that he can share mysteries with you, because you will not just hear them, you will carry them out. Obedience is not just a response. It's a revelation of who you are, someone who is trusted by God. So then, how will you answer heaven's invitation today? Will you continue to wait for conditions to change? Or will you become the one who changes the conditions through obedience? You might be thinking, if I knew what to do, I'd do it. But the truth runs deeper than that. It's not always confusion that holds you back. It's often silent resistance that you've buried beneath layers of logic, excuses, or even religious justification. It's not that you don't know. It's that you're not yet ready to surrender. And that is the very space where the breakthrough waits, but not before you name what's keeping you stuck. What if the real reason nothing is moving in your life right now is not because God is silent, but because you're still resisting what He's already asked of you? Let's look closely. For many of God's chosen ones, the first major wall isn't disobedience in action, but delay in the heart. Delay that masks itself as thoughtfulness, but is really fear wearing a different name. Fear of loss. That subtle but powerful voice whispers, "What if I let this go and I never get it back?" It echoes through your mind, especially when God asks you to release something precious, an opportunity, a relationship, a dream that once felt divine. And yet, Matthew 16:25 says clearly, "For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for my sake will find it." You see, obedience might cost you something now, but it always positions you for something eternal. And the irony is this: whatever you lose in obedience, you never truly needed to begin with. But do you ever wonder, what are you really holding on to that God has already asked you to let go of? Then there's the fear of the unknown. God rarely hands out detailed instructions. More often He says, "Go," and waits to see if your faith will carry your feet. Think about Abraham. He left everything familiar, his home, his family, his comfort zone, just because he heard a voice. There was no GPS guiding him, no confirmation email from heaven, just faith. And yet that faith founded a nation. What if the unknown is not a void to fear, but holy ground waiting to be claimed? This is where your walk intersects with trust. You don't need to see the whole path. You only need to be sure who is walking beside you. When God leads, the unknown becomes a sacred unfolding, not a risk, but a revelation. Now let's confront something even more dangerous than fear: pride. Sometimes the obstacle isn't confusion or terror, it's ego. Pride doesn't scream, it whispers, "I'll do it later." It assures you that you know better than divine timing. But James 4:6 couldn't be clearer. God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Obedience doesn't just require action, it demands a softened heart, a yielded spirit, a willingness to kneel. And here's the raw truth: if you're too proud to obey, you're too proud to grow. And if you don't grow, you stay stuck, spiritually dry, emotionally fatigued, even if you're constantly busy. Does it feel like you're moving but getting nowhere? That might be the sign. There's a quote from C.S. Lewis, a great Christian thinker and author of The Chronicles of Narnia, who once said, "Humility is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less." That simple shift in perspective can unlock doors that effort alone never could. When you finally let go of needing to be right, in control, or ahead of the plan, you create space for God to move. Even in our modern world, this lesson rings true. Take Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Before he turned a small coffee chain into a global empire, he was offered a stable, lucrative path. But he left that to pursue an uncertain vision. He once admitted that stepping into the unknown terrified him. Yet it was surrendering to that risk and staying obedient to the larger mission that opened the floodgates of breakthrough. How many of your blessings are waiting on the other side of the risk you've been too proud or too afraid to take? Chosen one, this isn't about punishment. This is about divine alignment. The reason nothing has shifted yet may be because your heart hasn't fully surrendered. God said, "Until you do this, nothing else will move." Not because He's withholding, but because your destiny requires your full participation. This is not a moment to stall. This is a divine summons. Let's ask the deeper question: what was the last clear instruction God gave you? Not the one you're hoping to receive tomorrow, not the one someone prophesied over you last year, but the final whisper, quiet yet firm, that stirred your spirit and then fell silent because you did not act. Could it be that this silence is not abandonment, but a holy pause, waiting for your response? What weight have you been carrying in your heart that you've put off again and again? Maybe you've been asking God for a new door, a fresh word, a breakthrough moment, but heaven is waiting on your completion of the last command. God does not give new direction when old instructions are still gathering dust. He doesn't speak just to satisfy curiosity. He speaks to invite obedience. You don't need another word from God right now. What you need is the courage to obey the last one He gave you. Proverbs 29:18 gives a stark warning. Where there is no vision, the people perish. But let's go deeper. People do not perish simply because they lacked opportunity. Many perish because they ignored the vision they already received. It wasn't the absence of revelation, it was the neglect of responsibility. How many prayers are being prayed in search of new revelation while old assignments remain unfinished? Spiritual dryness doesn't always come from disconnection. Sometimes it comes from delay. When a vision is not honored through action, it begins to wither, not because God removed His hand, but because the vessel never moved in alignment. Have you been pleading with God to show you what's next, while quietly ignoring what He already showed you last season? Have you respected the present call on your life with the same intensity that you're using to pray for the future? Look again at what God last spoke to you. Bring it back into focus. Unbury it from the fears, excuses, and distractions that have obscured it. Polish it. Meditate on it. Then follow through, completely and joyfully. Because until you do this, nothing else will move forward. It isn't about punishment, it's about divine order. To understand this principle, consider the life of Pope John Paul II, one of the most influential spiritual leaders of the modern age. Long before the world saw his public ministry, he spent years in secret obedience, praying, studying, walking silently through the valleys of occupation and oppression in war-torn Poland. When he was young, he felt God calling him to serve during a time when becoming a priest was a life-threatening act. Still, he obeyed, and because he obeyed then, he was trusted with greater authority later. Delayed obedience is still disobedience, and in the kingdom, delayed action often means delayed blessing. Jesus himself modeled this when he said in John 4:34, "My food is to do the will of him who sent me and to finish his work." He didn't just start assignments, he fulfilled them. Every word from the Father became his mission until it was done. That's the example you were called to follow. What if the stagnation you feel is not because you're in the wrong place, but because you've yet to complete what was assigned in the right one? God's chosen ones, your destiny is not behind a locked door. The door is already open, but you haven't stepped through the last threshold. The next level isn't hidden from you, it's waiting on you. You've been crying out for movement. But heaven is waiting for obedience. You've been wondering when things will shift. But God is waiting for you to shift your focus, your posture, your response. Return to the last thing God asked of you. Revisit it with new reverence. Treat it as sacred. Because until you do this, nothing else will move. Not the blessing, not the breakthrough, not even the peace your soul craves. Chosen one, this is not a season to stall or stand still. This is a divine intersection, an appointed moment orchestrated by heaven itself. Right now, eternity is leaning in. The atmosphere is thick with holy expectation. You've prayed with tears in your eyes. You've waited faithfully through seasons of silence. You've fasted in hope, believing for the shift. But God is now saying something startling. I am not waiting on me. I am waiting on you. Could it be that what you've called delay is really divine restraint, waiting on your obedience to unlock the next move? Heaven is not on pause. The angels are not delayed. The resources, the answers, the breakthrough, they are not stuck in traffic. The movement you are longing for is tethered directly to one thing: your obedience. This moment, right now, this breath, this heartbeat, is your turning point, not tomorrow, not when conditions improve, not when you feel more confident. Now, this is your invitation into alignment. This is your divine cue to rise. You are being given the sacred opportunity to change the atmosphere of your life, not through striving, but through surrender. Why keep repeating what God has already confirmed? Why dissect what was already made clear? The command was simple. The instruction was unmistakable. It's not clarity you lack, it's courage. And God, in His mercy, is stirring you again, not to condemn you, but to awaken what's been dormant. Think of the words in Deuteronomy 30:14. The word is very near you. It is in your mouth and in your heart, so you may obey it. The command is not distant, it's already within you. The shift doesn't begin in heaven. It begins with your yes. Consider Moses standing before the Red Sea. The people were panicking. The enemy was closing in. And Moses cried out to God. But what did God say in Exodus 14:15? Why do you cry to me? Tell the Israelites to move forward. The sea didn't part until they stepped. The miracle didn't happen until movement met obedience. How many miracles are still waiting on the other side of a single step you've been hesitating to take? What if the mountain in front of you isn't immovable, but simply unresponsive to delay? What if it's not your circumstance that's stuck, but your will? Every giant, every locked gate, every spiritual resistance is waiting for just one thing: your surrendered yes. You may be thinking, but what if I fail? What if I'm exposed? Those are the whispers of fear. But let your obedience thunder louder than your anxiety, because something supernatural happens the moment you decide to act. When you move, heaven responds. When you obey, chains that have held generations begin to break. When you say yes to God, doors that no man can open swing wide at the command of His hand. The Apostle Paul reminds us in Galatians 5:7, "You were running a good race. Who cut in on you to keep you from obeying the truth?" Could it be that what's stopping you now isn't God's will, but your delay in responding to what you already know is right? A powerful reminder comes from Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing. She once said, "I attribute my success to this. I never gave or took any excuse." She heard a call from God in the darkness of 19th century Europe and obeyed at a time when women were discouraged from leading anything, let alone reforming healthcare. Her obedience changed history, not because she was the most qualified, but because she said yes when God called. And that's what heaven is waiting for from you. Not perfection, not proof, just a yes. God is declaring over you today, until you do this, nothing will move. But the very moment you do, everything begins to shift. Chains will shatter, strongholds will tremble. What was once impossible will suddenly bow to divine timing, because your obedience becomes the spark that ignites heaven's movement in your life. Are you still waiting for a sign when God already gave you a sentence? Are you still waiting for peace when peace is the result of obedience? Don't wait for the perfect conditions. There will never be a moment more anointed than this one. Don't keep scanning the sky for confirmation when the command is already carved into your heart. This is the moment. This is the shift. And even if conviction pierces your soul right now, even if you feel exposed, even if the Holy Spirit is gently pressing on old wounds or revealing deep reluctance, do not shrink into shame. Let hope rise instead. Because this message is not meant to condemn you. It is a wake-up call from the throne of grace. Isaiah 1:19 says, "If you are willing and obedient, you will eat the good of the land." Willingness without action is not obedience. But when your will and your walk align, blessing follows. God isn't angry at your delay. He's inviting your alignment. He's saying, "Come closer, obey now, and watch me move like never before." God is not exposing this to shame you, chosen one. He is shining his light not to humiliate, but to restore. What feels like correction is actually redemption in motion. This is not the end of your story. It is the moment your story shifts. The pen is still in God's hand. The ink of mercy has not dried. He still desires to move through you. He still longs to bless you. He still intends to use you. He still wants to pour out his Spirit through you, like a river that never runs dry. Do you believe it's too late? That somehow your delay disqualified you? But Romans 11:29 reminds us, "For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable." Heaven doesn't revoke your purpose because you stumbled. What he has spoken over you still stands. The silence you've been experiencing is not rejection, it's invitation. It is a holy pause, a divine beckoning to return, to realign, and to obey. God has not changed his mind about your destiny. He has not cancelled your purpose. He has not closed the book on your promise. No matter how long it's been, no matter how many times you hesitated, your assignment is still active. The call has not expired. The anointing has not lifted. Grace is still available. Can you feel the urgency of this moment? Could it be that heaven has been waiting all along, not for perfection, but for your permission? God is not asking for a loud agreement. He's not demanding a flawless commitment. He is simply waiting for a surrendered yes. Just one whisper of agreement from your heart. And the very moment you release it, heaven responds. Favor begins to flow. Doors begin to open. Peace returns. Provision starts chasing you. Purpose lays hold of you. And fire, holy fire, descends. Isaiah 30:18 declares, "Yet the Lord longs to be gracious to you. Therefore he will rise up to show you compassion." What a powerful image. God rising to respond to your yes. And when that happens, everything shifts. Because God doesn't need more of your effort. He isn't waiting for your performance. He is waiting for your agreement. Have you been trying harder, striving more, but feeling further from peace? What if what God wanted was not more of your strength, but more of your surrender? In the natural world, many breakthroughs happen not from force, but from release. Consider the story of Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker who hid Jews during World War II and later survived a Nazi concentration camp. Her world collapsed, but her obedience and surrender became the platform for a global ministry. She once said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." That one yes, born from surrender, echoed into eternity. Chosen one, God is not finished with you. His Spirit still hovers. His promise still lives. And right now, he is whispering, not for your perfection, but for your partnership. You don't need to fix everything first. You don't need to be strong first. You only need to agree. Because the moment you do, the atmosphere around your life will change. Not by your strength, but by his Spirit. As Zechariah 4:6 says, "Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord Almighty." So say yes, not loudly, not flawlessly, but fully. And watch as heaven begins to move on your behalf. Because when you agree, God begins to accelerate. When you surrender, God begins to surround. When you yield, his favor begins to fall. And in that moment, everything will change. Chosen one, what if your surrender is the missing piece that heaven has been waiting to respond to? What if your breakthrough is not delayed by the enemy, but delayed by indecision? Too often, we imagine that progress in the Spirit comes through striving, but God's kingdom operates in reverse. The more you yield, the more you gain. The more you release, the more you receive. That is the paradox of obedience. When you bow low, you rise high. Think of Peter on the water in Matthew 14. He walked in the supernatural, not when he had full understanding, but when he had simple trust. He said, "Lord, if it is you, command me to come to you on the water." And Jesus said, "Come." Peter didn't wait for a map. He didn't ask for assurance. He stepped, and the water held him, until his fear pulled his eyes from Christ, and he began to sink. Are you still waiting to feel ready before you step out of the boat? What if readiness isn't a feeling, but a decision? God isn't looking for polished confidence. He's looking for raw obedience. He's not impressed by credentials. He's moved by trust. When you say, "Yes, Lord," without seeing the whole picture, that's when faith becomes substance. There is a reason your journey has been marked by resistance. You carry a divine assignment that hell cannot afford to see fulfilled. But here is the truth the enemy doesn't want you to realize. His only weapon is your hesitation. The moment you say yes, he loses ground. The moment you move in alignment, the heavens open and pour out what has been stored for you. Romans 8:19 says, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." All of creation is groaning, not just for miracles, but for your obedience. Your yes is not just about you. It's about every life that will be changed through you. When you obey, you become a vessel through which God breathes life into barren places. You are not too broken. You are not too late. You are not too flawed. God knew exactly who he was calling, and still he chose you. Before the foundations of the world, he marked your name. Before your first breath, he placed eternity in your spirit. Just like Esther, who was called for such a time as this, your moment is now. And what if your obedience isn't just about personal breakthrough, but about generations? What if your yes becomes the doorway for someone else's freedom? Let the weight of that holy possibility settle in your spirit. And even if fear still lingers, even if shame from the past tries to speak, remember the words of Isaiah 43:18-19. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? God is already at work. He's already clearing the path. The favor is in place. The oil has been prepared. The next move is yours. This is not just about feeling moved in a moment. This is about making a decision that shifts eternity. So pause, breathe, and ask your spirit, what has God already said that I haven't acted on yet? What is the last clear instruction that I need to honor? What part of me is still holding back? Because when you say yes, not reluctantly, not halfway, but fully, watch what happens. Watch what breaks open. Watch what aligns. You're not waiting on heaven. Heaven is waiting on you. Chosen one, you must understand. Your obedience is not just about what you receive. It's about who you become. Every act of surrender is shaping you into the image of Christ, carving out pride, fear, and hesitation to make room for purpose, peace, and holy fire. This isn't about checking off spiritual boxes. It's about transformation. Have you considered what kind of person you are becoming by postponing what God asked you to do? Spiritual delay has a cost. When obedience is postponed, identity is postponed. Destiny is delayed. The longer you hesitate, the more room doubt takes up in your heart. And eventually, what was once a burning word from God becomes background noise, buried beneath busy schedules and good intentions. That's why Hebrews 3:15 warns us, "Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts." Notice that the instruction isn't just to listen, it's to respond immediately. Because when you postpone obedience, you gradually grow numb to the sound of his voice. How many promises have you unknowingly silenced because your response was, "I'm not ready yet"? But God is not calling the ready, he's calling the willing, the surrendered, the yielded, the ones who, like Mary, can say, "Be it unto me according to your word," Luke 1:38, even when they don't know all the details. Let me remind you of a man named Dietrich Bonhoeffer. a German theologian and pastor who resisted the Nazi regime not with violence, but with unflinching obedience to God's truth. He said, "One act of obedience is better than 100 sermons." His faith cost him his life, but his obedience lit a fire that still burns in the hearts of many today. What fire could be ignited through your obedience? You've been asking for confirmation, but what if the delay in your life is actually your confirmation? What if the discomfort, the restlessness, the repeated reminders are heaven's way of saying, "This is it. This is the moment." And it is, because this kind of divine discomfort is not meant to torture, it's meant to awaken. God is stirring you so you won't settle. He's shaking your spirit so you don't sleep through your season. Joel 3:14 describes it perfectly. Multitudes, multitudes in the valley of decision, for the day of the Lord is near. You are standing in that valley now, not alone, but watched by heaven, urged by angels, and drawn by the Spirit of God Himself. This is not just another day. This is divine intersection. Will you choose fear again, or will you move forward in faith? Will you keep analyzing, or will you start activating? This is the season to be bold. This is the season to trust. This is the season to say, "Yes, Lord," not with trembling fear, but with holy resolve. Because when you finally say yes, when you lay everything at His feet, even without all the answers, watch how fast things begin to move. Watch how favor finds you. Watch how people and resources you couldn't reach begin to be drawn to you by God's hand. Watch how peace returns, not because the situation is easier, but because you are now walking in divine alignment. And when that happens, you won't just see the hand of God around you, you'll feel the presence of God within you. Chosen one, what if the reason your heart is so restless is because it's tired of being held back from the movement your soul was designed for? You were not created to be stagnant. You were born to move in power, to walk with God in rhythm, to flow with the Spirit like a river through dry places. And every time you hesitate, something in you resists your divine design. That tension you've been feeling, that pressure on your spirit, it's not stress. It's the call to rise. You were not chosen to live in cycles of delay. You were chosen to break them. This is why Romans 12:1 urges you to offer your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God. This is your true and proper worship. Obedience is worship. Surrender is worship. Your yes is incense that rises to the throne. Do you realize what happens in heaven when you say yes on earth? Chains break that you never even saw. Generational curses are shattered. Territories in the spirit realm are released. Assignments that have been hovering over your life are dispatched like arrows, all from one act of obedience. You may think your yes is small, but in the kingdom it's seismic. And make no mistake, hell is threatened by your yes. That's why distractions increase. That's why fear amplifies. That's why people close to you suddenly misunderstand your call. The enemy doesn't attack the casual. He attacks the consecrated. But greater is He who is in you. When Joshua stood before the walls of Jericho, the strategy didn't make sense. Walk, march, be silent, blow trumpets. That's not how you conquer a fortified city. But Joshua didn't question. He obeyed. And the walls came down without a sword being raised. Obedience did what strength could never accomplish. What if what you're trying to fight with force, God already gave you authority to collapse through obedience? Obedience may seem quiet, it may seem unseen, but it's atomic in the spirit. When you obey, you partner with heaven, you step into divine timing, you realign the atmosphere around your life. And this alignment begins a chain reaction. As you move, others move. As you obey, others find permission to obey. Your surrender becomes contagious. You become a door for others to walk through. and your life begins to echo with eternal significance. You were never meant to live for the approval of man. You were meant to move by the instruction of God. That's why the Holy Spirit is still tugging at your heart. That's why, even now, as you read this, your spirit is burning, because the time is now, not when you have all the answers, not when everyone understands, not when the road is smooth. Now, if you are willing and obedient, you will eat the good of the land. Isaiah 1:19 says, "The land is ready, the harvest is ripe, the oil has been prepared." What God is waiting on is your response. Will you stay at the edge of what God promised, paralyzed by what-ifs, or will you cross over? This is the invitation to step beyond inspiration and into transformation, to turn conviction into action, to walk, to move, to respond, not with hesitation, but with holy urgency. Because one surrendered life can shake a generation, and yours has been marked for impact. And now, chosen one, if your heart is stirring and you feel the pull of heaven upon you, let us not delay any longer. Let us enter into a moment of prayer where your surrender meets God's power and your yes unlocks the shift you've been waiting for. Let's pray this prayer of faith together as one family. Abba Father, Sovereign King, Eternal Flame, we come before you now, not casually, but with trembling hearts and burning desire. You are the God who speaks and galaxies respond. You are the God who commands and creation aligns. You are the God who waits, not because you are slow, but because you are merciful. And yet you are the God who says, until you obey, nothing will move. So here we are, God laid bare before you. We heard your voice. We felt the divine thunder in every word. We were pierced by the sword of revelation that split our excuses and exposed our delay. And now we cry out, not for more blessings, but for more obedience. Not for comfort, but for courage. Not for more signs, but for the strength to finally do what you already told us to do. Father, forgive us. Forgive us for every moment we hesitated when you said go. Forgive us for every time we rationalized what you commanded. Forgive us for every hour, every day, every year we sat still blaming circumstances when the real issue was rebellion. But we declare, no more delay, no more disobedience, no more excuses. Let holy fire fall now. Let it burn through every excuse. Let it consume every idol of pride, fear, and procrastination. Let it awaken the sleeping lion of obedience inside of us. God, we don't just want to move. We want to move when you say move. We don't want halfway submission. We want full surrender. We don't want convenient obedience. We want violent alignment with heaven. Some listening right now are standing at the edge of their destiny. You have shown them what to do, but fear froze their feet. Today, by the authority of your word, I break that fear. I break that paralysis. I break that cycle of delay, and I release a new mantle of courage over their shoulders. Courage to obey when it's scary. Courage to obey when it costs everything. Courage to obey when no one else understands. Courage to obey when it makes no logical sense, because you said it. Father, let your word become a fire in their bones they cannot ignore. Let your voice thunder louder than every doubt. Let your spirit stir so violently that disobedience becomes impossible. Now, Lord, look upon every heart that was pierced by this message. Don't let this just be a moment. Let it be a divine turning point. Let this word not pass like smoke. Let it carve something eternal in them. Let obedience become their DNA. Let alignment become their breath. For every person who listens with an open heart, for every soul that feels the Spirit rumbling inside, let this be the hour where everything changes. Let this be the moment where heaven begins to move, because they finally did. And now, Father, I lift up every single person who will subscribe, who will like, who will share. They are not just supporting, they are sowing into fire. They are not just clicking, they are spreading divine instruction to the nations. So I ask you, Almighty God, mark them, favor them, enlarge them, bless them beyond measure. Let the ones who spread this message be the first to walk in its harvest. Let doors open before they knock. Let divine speed find them. Let divine connections chase them. Let every seed they plant bear eternal fruit. Make them messengers of obedience. Make them torches in a dark world. Make them examples of what happens when a soul truly aligns with heaven. In the mighty, holy, all-consuming name of Jesus Christ, the one who obeyed even unto death and rose in glory, we seal this prayer. Let it echo in every heart. Let it ignite every spirit. Let it awaken every destiny. And let every mouth declare with trembling fire, Amen and Amen. Chosen one, if this message has reached your spirit, it was never by accident. God has been drawing you closer, whispering through the stillness, guiding you through the wait, and now calling you to move. The delays you felt were not His absence. They were divine pauses, waiting for your agreement. You've come to the edge of the breakthrough. You've stood in the valley of decision, and now heaven leans in, waiting for one thing: your surrendered yes. Let this be the moment where obedience becomes your worship. Let this be the day where your hesitation turns to holy resolve. Let your life no longer echo with unanswered prayers, but with fulfilled purpose and divine alignment. So here is your call to action. If this word has confirmed something in you, type "Yes, Lord" and 777 in the comments to declare your obedience and step into alignment today. Let your written word be a declaration in the Spirit. If you've been blessed by this message and feel led to support, you can do so through the Super Thanks. And know this, whether you give or not, we are deeply thankful for your presence and your hunger for truth. Your support helps this message reach more souls who are waiting on their moment of awakening. Before you leave, make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with someone who needs to hear this divine truth. You never know who is standing on the edge of surrender, waiting for the very encouragement you now carry. And now I bless you. May your yes echo in heaven and shake the earth. May every closed door swing open at the sound of your obedience. May peace flood your path and favor follow you like a river. May the fire of God fall fresh on your life, and may your purpose rise with holy power. You are not behind. You are right on time. You are not forgotten. You are favored. You are not weak. You are chosen. Now go forth and watch what heaven does when you say yes.